On behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, we welcome you all to the second day of the 2 days international conference on inclusion through sports in collaboration with Special Olympics Bharat CRE status accredited by the Rehabilitation Council of India. Hmm. We request all the participants to be settled. We'll be starting our program in the next 5 minutes. All participants, meanwhile, I would like to repeat the instructions for the CRE participants in order to gain the CRE points. As discussed and informed yesterday, we are again repeating. There are two important criteria for all the CRE participants to gain the points. Number one, you need to sign the attendance sheet. So please ensure that you have signed the attendance sheet for today as well. So you have to sign the attendance sheet, which will be shared by us with RCI. And number two, just like yesterday, we will be sharing the Google form having evaluation questions for day two. I repeat, the Google form will be shared with evaluation questions for day two through the WhatsApp. It will be again shared between 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. You are supposed to submit it by 5 p.m. today, after which the link will close down. So once the Google form is shared, please ensure that you complete your evaluation and the link will close at 5 o'clock today.
Good morning. Good morning all. Good morning. कोई भी नहीं रेस्पॉन्ड कर रहे, इतने टायर्ड हो गए. Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay. I think yesterday we had a very hectic day with so much inputs and all. Today, yesterday it was little delayed, the inaugural and all. That's why your lunchtime also delayed. Today we will see that it will be in time. But I just waited for another 5 minutes to join other participants, maybe traffic or something. And today Navratra ka first day also. Many people they do puja and come to, maybe that's why 5 minutes. My session is just an interactive session. I just wanted to tell you about research. What is a research and how important it is for the disability rehabilitation professionals. We all are working with the students with disability. Day in and day out, we are solving problems, isn't it? All the special educators and clinical psychologists also are there. Every day you face with a different problem, and you, whatever you have learned in your course, diploma, bachelor or anything, you have learned. There are many teaching strategy you have learned: task analysis, token economy, time out, negotiation, contract, all these things. But do you really use all these things when you face with a problem? No. You devise your own strategy to manage the child, isn't it? So that is nothing but research. We Indians, like, we do so much work, but we don't, especially the special educators, they are so creative, they are so innovative, but we don't document whatever we do. We think that research is such a big terminology that it is not for special educators. No, it is for everybody. Because without you, whatever you are doing today, that can be others, they, if they know, they can also implement it. You can improvise you yourself also. So suppose, and the today you have used one technique with one student who is having a problem behavior, wandering tendency or spitting behavior or crying unnecessarily. You, day in and day out, you are facing this problem and you are solving this. You try to do whatever we teach you, like as a teacher training, when you learn reinforcement, differential reinforcement, scheduling of the reinforcement, everything you try, whatever theoretical knowledge you got. But if you cannot, if along with that you use your own innovativeness by using the child's learning strategy, because you know that every child is unique and every child has their own way of managing things, isn't it? So whatever you have used today, if you can document, if you can put a research, then next time you can improvise that and you can make it a better teaching strategy, isn't it? So research is such an important area for a special educator and clinical psychologist and other psychologists, because if the people who come to this field, they are very innovative and creative. Like yesterday madam was telling that, chairperson ma'am was telling that you have been handpicked by God. Even our founder president say कि जो भी special education में आ रहे, they are really handpicked by God to serve the community. So you people are very creative. So why not we use whatever we teach, the teaching strategy, document, and then we can make it a research. Research is not a very big thing. You have taken an IEP. Everybody, you plan IEP, isn't it? Today for 3 months you have taken a goal. You take the initial level, then the intervention you do, then the pre-test, post-test, intervention, and then document and put a little introduction and publish. That's all. Research is very simple. So that's why I thought that why not. It is not that I'm from Amity and you are from some other school and some other institution and all. We all belong to only one clan, that is a disability rehabilitation. Whether I'm in the Amity or in any other institute or anywhere, we all have the same motive to empower the persons with disability, isn't it? So why not? Today I stand before you to say that whatever you all are, we all have commitment. We all have one relation we have developed with all the professionals. So anytime, why don't we do a research collaboratively? Like you are working in a school, there are such good data you have. We are working in university. So why don't you come up saying that, madam, I have used this, or why not we publish a paper, other things. So that's why I thought I'll just give you a very brief about how we can conduct a research. That is one thing. Research in inclusion through sports. When I talk about research, then specifically in the sports, I'm happy to inform you that in collaboration with Special Olympics Bharat, Mukta, Raman and others, we have Amity University, Amity Institute of Rehab Sciences and Amity Institute of Physical Sciences. Collaboratively, we have conducted many impact evaluation research of Special Olympics Bharat. Like we have seen young athlete program, which the next session speaker will be sharing with you, where she has really done so much work for that. And there is a unified champion school, all the Special Olympics, they will be telling you about what it is. So we have done an impact evaluation, like that program they have float the program, but how that program has promoted inclusion. So what it is, it says that through sports also we can promote inclusion. How many of you say think that sports is a very good medium to promote inclusion? All of you feel, isn't it? Why? Like why do you think? Yeah, yeah. Very good. Like in the sports area, in the field, there is no competition in the academic area. Like in the school, what happened when we say inclusion, inclusive school? Most of you are working in an inclusive school. You must have seen, though India has worked so hard to achieve inclusion, I think we have achieved to some extent, but total inclusion is yet to achieved by Indian population. When you people work in any inclusive school, many even our students go for the practical and all. So I ask them, how do you feel that the students when they are in an inclusive school, what are their like improvement? So many students, very, I think only 2 or 3% of students they can have real inclusion sitting in the class and learning in an adapted material or accommodated or given any assistive devices. Most of the school, it is not the fault of the school, because the children have come to the school, we are going to give them the best. When in a 40 children are there, 40 students are there, and we are not able to manage. You cannot, as a teacher, you cannot just make them sit. No, you have to send them to learning center. At least they should learn. It is not that we cannot say that, I mean, in India we practice only learning center or special needs center or rainbow or whatever name we give. That is the fact, because it takes little, some maybe NEP 2020 has come, the new curriculum is coming in the foundation level and other level. Maybe we will think that we are going to give real inclusion. But when it is an academic competence comes, the students like it, they become, they go inside, they don't come out, though they know also, because there is a competition. 40 students are there, they are so vocal, they are so they don't come out. But in a sports ground, what happened? There is no competitions, academic competitions, only physical activity, and there are graded activity, whatever. Like you people know most. I am not a sports person, so I cannot tell you very detailedly. But what I have observed, sports is the best medium. It is to include, and through sports, when we say about inclusion, inclusion is not only making the child study in an inclusive class or inclusive school. It is the happiness, the child, how much happy he is about himself. Like whether the child, whatever he do, ऐसा नहीं है कि 40 students में everybody are IAS officer or everybody, suppose in school 12th class, the students who are passing out, they all are not very success. Few of them, they are not even getting admission anywhere, they are dropping out and all. These students also, depending upon their happiness, if they can achieve the happiness, I feel that is only the inclusion, isn't it? So I'll just have a very few slides I will have. I would, and I, after this, I want all of you to be part of research. Anytime, anything you do, you please look for us. If you want that we can support you in any way to publish a research or conduct a research, we are here for you. Not as a like director of Amity University, I'm telling. I am as a senior rehabilitation professional of RCI, I'm telling. Because you are the second generation of us. Our generation has been over. But the knowledge what we have gained from our professors, we must disseminate it to you people. So that's why let's just have a few slides. I'll just time my what my anybody would like to tell anything about this? Shall I go? Shall I present little what is research and what is the impact of sports as a special educator? How can we use as a sports as a medium to empower and medium to enhance the inclusion? Anybody? Any suggestions? Anything? No? Okay, I would like to start this like Mahatma Gandhi. I have taken the quote from him. Strength does not come from physical capacity, it comes from the indomitable will. What is indomitable will? It is the जो बोलते हैं ना कभी ना छोड़ने का जो don't give up, we don't give up. So if we can imbibe the will among the children with special needs, among the children, as a special educator, it is not only our to teach them or anything. We are also accountable to develop their personality, their self-esteem. So you as a special educator, as a rehabilitation professional, always aim at how we can imbibe the values, how we can imbibe that they should not give up. They have the will to participate. It is not that they always, like many schools, they if you will not encourage them, if the encouragement is not there, they cannot do anything. As it is, they lack motivation for everything. And all of you, you know that when you prepare the lesson plan, there is a big portion called motivation, isn't it? Why? Because they do not have the goal directed behavior. We have to bring them into this. So all of you, I must say that we all should first imbibe the will in them to participate in a sports. If they have a will, they will definitely achieve. This already I have told you. Okay. So mota just main things what I think that disability sports how it impact. It impact on health and rehabilitation like the survival and prevention of secondary disability. Secondary disability, most of the students with disability and if you see the children who are very successful, the persons with disability who are very successful, you must see that they have been encouraged from the childhood, either early intervention or the parents have they have given them all the freedom. So the secondary disability, depending upon their cognitive impairment or physical impairment, the secondary disability has not developed. Like if you say that a child with intellectual disability is there and always the child has been handled by a parent or a clinic where the needs are not fulfilled, where the residual ability of the child has not been brought out, then the child will develop another disability. That is, maybe the child is not been able to, not given stimulation properly, the child will have lack of communication, child will have lack of. So if we expose the child in every way, the sports is a medium where you can prevent the secondary disability of children with special needs. Especially we are talking about developmental disability, or what as per RPWD Act is called the intellectual disability, under which there intellectual disability, ASD and specific learning disability coming. And they also enhance skills for daily living. Physically, they are the best. An impact on attitude, when we say their self realization, self actualization, self image also enhances. And when we see the social variable, that is, they become, if they, and you will hear so many success story of Special Olympics Bharat. There yesterday, Kalpana ma'am was telling, or Mukta was telling, that one student with Special Olympics, she has been trained in the as a coach, and she has been guiding. I have seen the Shrey card in how leadership role he plays. And there are many students, not only the one example, there are many number of examples are there who has really achieved. And you also see many youth leadership, youth leader who are really very independent and doing a very independent, and they are realizing they are self enhancing their self esteem and all. But there are, when I talk so much about sports will participate so enhance, but there are few barriers definitely. And barriers, why I am telling, so that we should acknowledge all these things, and we should remove those things. Tendency towards sedentary living, like special school and all, there is a routine life. You come, you do the first hour activity of daily living, then go, then there are no opportunity for many of the schools. So as a special educator, you are the person who advocate that sports also should be included in almost all the activity of the children, whether it is just a walk, whether it is just a small jump, whatever it is, it must be included, so that they will have their will to learn. Lack of knowledge of fitness concept, many parents also they say नहीं, वो फिजियोथेरेपी चाहिए, ऑक्यूपेशनल थेरेपी चाहिए, स्पोर्ट्स हमें नहीं चाहिए, वो तो पहले कम्युनिकेशन, हमको स्पीच थेरेपी दिला दो मैडम, ये तो नहीं चाहिए हमें. तो those things, they are unaware that sports promotes the physical activity, sports promote the occupational therapy, physical therapy, and all these things. So it is very important that we should get them aware about all these activities. Program and facility accessibility, this is many schools, many nowadays in the Delhi government and other every states, they are working towards providing sports facility. And Special Olympics also doing lot of work in including almost all the states and all the districts, and on the Special Olympics forum, and providing sports. And there are fear of failure also is there sometimes. Then poor nutritional habits, many you have seen, I have seen many times that parents, they just overprotect the parents. They said nahi inka na just kuch bhi khana khaye to they will have stomach upset, and then stomach upset hai to 3 दिन फिर बुखार आ जाता, फिर स्कूल नहीं जाएंगे, ये नहीं करेंगे, वो नहीं करेंगे, then हम नहीं, तो सेमी लिक्विड ही ठीक ही है इनके लिए. And you will see adult and all also, they will be having the semi liquid food and all. So all this nutritional habit, I'm not talking about the metro cities, not in Delhi. Maybe many special educator in Delhi, they must be finding it, thinking that ये नहीं होता है, but ये होता है. If you go down south in the rural area, ऐसा होता है, ठीक है? So when I say sports, what all things it has been improved, like the outcome of sports, including sports in special education, it improves the quality of life, what we have already discussed. The immediate outcome is improvement in how people with disability think and feel about themselves. Okay? And they are reduced barrier to inclusion, including negative attitude, stigma, and discrimination. All these things are very important. One thing is to always we say कि awareness creation करेंगे, attitude change करेंगे. आप 25 awareness creation workshop कर लो, attitude change का lecture दे दो, attitude is not going to change. कैसे change होता है? Seeing is believing. You show a success story. You show that how children can play, how they are doing in the Special Olympics, how they are participating. You show the success story, you make the case study. That's why I was telling research is कितना important है. आप जो जब पढ़ाते हो, that when there may be out of 10 students, maybe there are one student who has really succeeded. So next time you document that, and next year you tell कि ऐसा एक student मेरे पास आया था, and that because of all this teaching strategy I have implemented, and this success I have got. So why not to other students also? So that's why including sports in promoting inclusion, they have lot of out. Then in this I have initially I have told you why research is very much required for a special educator, for a disability rehabilitation professional, for everybody. We have so much data, and those data we just bury it somewhere. And if you go to some international conferences, you will be surprised to see the paper presentation. जब देखोगे ना उनका paper presentation and all the international conference, international researcher, तुमको लगता है कि अरे ये तो हम डे इन एंड डे आउट हमारे क्लास में हम करते हैं, वेरी स्मॉल थिंग, बट दे नो हाउ टू प्रेजेंट, दे नो हाउ टू डॉक्यूमेंट. वन थिंग इन इंडिया, व्हाट ऑल वी डू, हम करते हैं बहुत काम, but we don't document it. So all of you make your own documentation strategy, and you can document, and those things are all the evidence based researches. आप अगर देखोगे very small thing what you people do in your schools nowadays, life skill, so many things. When my PhD scholar comes and they say कि हमारा schools में ये सब हो रहा है, ये सब implement हो रहा, so then all these things has to be documented. You as a special educator, you must document all these things and do it, because research is very very important. मत सोचो कि paper publish करके हमारा क्या फायदा होगा. You will get lot of satisfaction. Your work will be known by others. You Indians, you will devise so many teaching strategy for students with disability जो कि जिसके लिए कि कोई करते नहीं है ना. These are already I have told you what are the findings, strength in this is a mota just I have got it few of the our lesson learnt in our research what we have done along with Special Olympics Bharat. मैं बताई थी आपको 4-5 रिसर्च स्टडी हम करे हैं, उसका जो इम्पैक्ट जो हमें दिखता है वो all these things like many we had lot of social barriers, then stigma associated, like many times there are lot of stigma, and it enhances stamina and muscles, enhances their self esteem and confidence. ये तो आप ले लो 110%. Self esteem and confidence, you won't imagine how we have seen children like in the young athlete and also unified champion, when the athlete and partner you club them together, and kitna improvement I cannot tell you. The self esteem and confidence, like if you can, the graph will go high like this. So you practice it. I am just standing here in front of you as a senior professionals telling you that you all young energetic special educators, please practice all this thing and see how their self confidence is been enhanced. These are the research we have done with them. We have done impact evaluation of young athlete program. That is a very big research, 3 years research, 3,000 participants we have collected. And the young athlete program, if you, many of you do not know, Special Olympics flagship program, they train the children between 2 to 8 years in the motor activity, and they see the impact that whether the motor activity, how it has improves their social, behavioral, academic and other activities, other competencies. There. Young athlete program. आप चित्रा बताएगी अभी. My next session, Miss Chitra will be telling you detailedly about it, and she has worked with. Huh? And when it has come, I will just share one thing. Maybe next time, we also as a part of researcher, we went to Puducherry to collect the data, and she has made one data collection center in the Tamil Nadu border, in the rural Puducherry and Tamil Nadu border. We have to travel 2 hours, and we went to a school. Because it is very dear to my heart, that's why I want to share here. So we went to a school, and the school principal and teachers were there, and then we asked them कि आपके पास कोई like children with disability along with me, there were one professor Pondicherry University के थे. तो दे से कि नहीं हमारे पास तो कोई नहीं है. Then they thought and okay one child we got. Then we were collecting the data. Then दूसरे बच्चे देखे, they said नहीं नहीं हमारे घर के पास ना in near our house there are children like this. I will go and get them. And they went, they carried the children there, उनको उठा के लेके आए. ऐसा ना like whispering campaign जैसे. So many, nearly 8 data we got, you remember? And then one child got, then another child. So this is the inclusion. This is like whispering campaign. The way you have generated the awareness in a, and I have such a good experience there. I thought so much we put the strategy, how to create awareness, how to get this. They and case history आपको parents को पूछने का जरूरत नहीं है. They others the रूरल एरिया में दे विल ओनली टेल कि नहीं इसको ऐसा हुआ था, ये ऐसा चल रहा था, ये हुआ, एवरीथिंग दे विल टेल यू. Very nice research experience we had. And so I thought that you, when I said that what you will get, you must be thinking that हम research करके मिलेगा क्या, paper publication करके मिलेगा क्या. The satisfaction you will get really that you will, it is a lifetime experience for me, and I really rejoice that the experience for me what I had with all these things. Thanks to Mukta, Raman and all the Special Olympics official, they have given us this opportunity, and along with Ajit and Kalpana ma'am, we have done this research. And there are other research also related to Unified Champion School, and we have collected data, and we have seen how the Unified Champion School has changed the attitude, how it has created awareness, how it has created the like participation of non-disability without ID children and adults. The main like what through our this all 3 or 4 research what we have got, like if you see that the outcome can be, I can just summarize that opportunity to socialize and create a sense of belongingness we have developed from the children. Team culture experience, cultivating friendship, increased physical and emotional well-being, creating sense of pride, happiness and enjoyment, improving fitness, functionality and confidence. These, like I have just jotted down that what all we got from all this, like when we include sports as a medium to empower, as a medium to enhance the inclusion. And adults, when we see the Unified Champion programs, we see the equality and togetherness, their friendship they have developed a lot, breaking stereotypes and society imposed limitations, managing stigma, provisions of a sense of purpose and meaning, they have their good self-esteem and all, then independence, empowerment and all these things. And other thing, if you see that they support the teammates, they create strong interpersonal relationship, they will WhatsApp message, they will exchange, they will learn the how to use social media, how to be friends, how Twitter, all these things. You think that they are not academically, they have not passed maybe 3rd or 4th class, but they can do it, believe it. And other thing, then the success factors, what among the all the research what we have done, there are the culture of inclusion has been created, established position in the community for them, there are lot of awareness has been created in this enduring program. This is very lasting. People there, many of the like they are young athlete program, many schools they have taken it as a curriculum, their early intervention curriculum they have taken, and now also government is going to include in the curriculum also, because so powerful it is. And then focus on shared interest, opportunity to travel and compete. This is a very close to my heart, and I also asked Raman also, when the students they have taken to Berlin, how did they behave? How when they in the air, when they travel in the airplane for 8 hours, how did they use the washroom? How did they sleep? And then when they went and stayed in a hotel, and you know the the washrooms in Western countries and India are totally different. There is waterless washrooms. How did they manage all these things? Is a big question mark. I do not know. They are like three cheers to them that how they have managed taking a group of nearly 137 students, children you have taken, 137 or some, 198. You imagine training them. Like I think when we first time we travel Western countries, it is so much things we learn from our seniors ki kaisa jana, kya karna, all these things. But you imagine how. So they, when you give them that opportunity, that is half of your training is over. Because they try to learn, they don't want to go back. They learn themselves and they improve. So you see in the sports how much inclusion you can do it. I think I will wind up. Time is there. This is I have already challenges also are there. It is not a bed of roses, but lot many challenges also have come to create awareness to bond between people with disability and their non-disabled peers. There are challenges, but once you go with a positive will, you will indomitable will, you will achieve it. And creating relation between parents and therefore support and advocacy network also is a challenge, but that can be overcome. This is what I have already told you why action research is so important. It is 10:40, so the next session will start. That's why I will share the PPT to you. This is the steps in research when we discussed that initially how we can do research as a special educator, action research and all. Okay. And evidence-based research, as I told you, it is very, very important for all of us. You must be hearing every day in and day out, there are many new therapies are there. कोई बोलेगा horse therapy, कोई cuddle therapy, कोई क्या therapy. And as a parent they say, नहीं मैम वो ना एक नया थेरेपी आया एंड मेरे स्कूल में वन बॉय इज देयर, उसको बहुत फायदा हुआ, so I am not sending my child to the school, I am going for the therapy. You try your hard to convince that there are different people, maybe also that is a placebo effect. Maybe they have gone for the physiotherapy or occupational therapy for 6 months. After that they have gone to some ayurvedic therapy and they say कि नहीं ये तो आयुर्वेदिक थेरेपी के वजह से मेरा बेटा चलने लगा. But we have to be very, very careful when we do. So evidence based therapy, I'm not telling, don't think that because Ayurvedic I said that it is. There are many evidence based therapies are there. So always we must see that what are the evidence based practices in special education. And as I told you, if you conduct so many teaching strategy, you use those things, if you document, if you do the research, that tomorrow that may be become a evidence based strategy. Okay. Okay, the innovative, what we liked about the research is the culture of inclusion, unique opportunity for integration and building social capital in the disability rehabilitation field, and support from the community representative and institution. Don't think that community does not cooperate. They cooperate, but the way you convince them. Parents, many schools when you visit for the awareness creations, many schools जैसे कि मैडम क्या करना है, ये पेरेंट ना एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं करते हो, नहीं करते एक्सेप्ट पेरेंट. कल को कोई मुझे आके बोले कि तुम्हारा बेटा 40 से 2 मार्क मिला है, मैं पहले उसको गुस्सा करूंगी कि ये ठीक से पढ़ाता नहीं, मेरे बेटा को बोल रहा. दिस इज द मदर इंस्टिंक्ट. ओके, तो नो मदर लाइक्स टू एक्सेप्ट that my child is less than anybody else. So it is the way, your strategy, your tactics, how you can convince the parents. Always if you start with the negative thing, it is very difficult. Okay, so please do not blame the parents. Parents are parents only, but you must convince them, you must tell them. So that's why community representation and community participate, but the way we can put forward. Okay, I think this is the last. Thank you so much. I think I have little enlightened you about the research in special education and sports as a medium of empowering inclusion. And thank you so much. any queries or we'll go to the next one? We'll go to the next.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for focusing on the need for research. I'm very sure our participants have taken back a lot of important points from your session that it will help promote parents and professionals to understand the need for evidence based practices through research. Now we'll be actually going to true action research as we move on to our second session of the day, which is titled as Promoting Inclusion Through Young Athletes Program, Embracing Differences. This particular session will be handled by Ms. Chitra Shah, Vice President, Special Olympics Bharat, and Ms. Rebecca, Senior Director, Communications, Special Olympics International. I now take the opportunity to introduce Ms. Chitra Shah. Ms. Shah is a renowned personality in the field of disability rehabilitation and is the founder and director of Satya Special School, Puducherry, India. Madam has served previously as the chairperson, Indian Women Network, Puducherry. She has also served as the member of State Advisory Council for RTE and in the board of various NGOs. Currently, Madam is holding the prestigious post of Vice President, Special Olympics Bharat. She is the recipient of several prestigious awards, such as the COVID Warriors Shakti Award for her contribution to the welfare of special needs by Women Task Force, the Mother Teresa Award for Humanity and Service, among many other national and international awards. Madam also has numerous research papers and publications to her credit. We are very honored to invite Ms. Shah for the session and have her amongst us. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good morning. Okay. So before I start, I just want to know how many of you are special educators handling early intervention? Early intervention. Any therapists around? Speech, physio, I see one hand. Okay, why I'm asking this is because I wanted to introduce a concept where you can all become therapists and your therapists could become special educators. One issue I have, as somebody who's running an organization, is sometimes I think the staff work in silos. You have a goal you want to achieve, your physiotherapist has a goal they want to achieve, but then you need to work together, right? And sports is one way where that unitedness can come through. And I can show you examples. I can tell you 100 case studies where this has happened and we've kind of proved it. But before I even go to all that, you've been hearing this, that you're doing something very important. God has chosen you for it. I actually want to give you statistics as to why this is important. Any idea as to the disability population in India? Sorry? 2 to 3% in numbers? Because you know what, we live in a country of numbers, right? We love zeros attached to us. 10 crores? Okay. I wish. So we're talking about 26 million, right? Of this, how many are children? Because we are teachers and because we are talking about inclusion, any idea how many are children? 4.62 million people. Million children. Children in the school going years. And that's a huge number. How many are all of us handling? 10, 15, 50 in each school? Even if there are 1,000 schools. How many are we handling? So where is all the rest of the population? Do we have enough special educators, enough therapists, enough OTs to actually handle that population? No. But go to every single government school or a private school, you always have a sports person there, right? It's only a simple task of working hand in hand with that sports person and probably implementing what Sulekha taught you yesterday. There goes your sports through inclusion, right? It's something so simple. It didn't need a conference like this, did it? Oh, it did. Because we had to tell you that it's actually possible. See, like everything else, sometimes sports takes a back seat, right? Or the minute you go to a special parent and tell that we want to take your child to the sports field, then she'll say, एक hour का physio miss हो जाएगा, speech therapy miss हो जाएगा, right? इस quarter का goal नहीं, we are missing on these goals. But your goals are actually something that we are going to handle in the sports field through this medium called Young Athletes, which is a program that is for children between 2 and 6 years, 2 and 8 years, when they are in the early intervention program. You know, as a new mother, when you've just heard when there is an assessment done and you realize that something is so-called not all right, parents do get panicky. And it's very difficult to go and convince that parent that instead of 5 hours of therapy, can we do 4 hours of therapy and 1 hour of sports, right? But that 1 hour of sports is actually equal to maybe your 4 hours of physio and 3 hours of speech therapy and 2 hours of special education, all combined together. How does this formula look to you? This is a recipe, right? And it's a practical recipe, something that is working and can work. So what is happening on ground? I also want to give you a global picture. It's not like all over the world things are fine and only in India things are bad. It is the same across both in the world condition and in India. From where I come from, and I don't know if it is the same in the metro cities, disability is still very much charity driven. Everybody wants to come and give our children food. Yes, sabko khana dena hai. But you move away from khana and say, would you support my children for therapy? And worse, will you support them for sports? You think it works? No, right? But it works when they go to Berlin and come back with gold medals. And then they realize, yes, these children have that capacity to go to an international forum. And we can tell you stories about what happened in Berlin. Ma'am was talking about nutrition, right? And when there was meat, which was just cooked and served without any salt and masala, the kids found it very difficult to eat. We had to literally change menu to suit the Indian contingent so that our children can eat and perform. But then they did adjust. They started trying that dish that was there. And that confidence and that experimental, this one came through sports. Came because we gave them an opportunity to be there. And that opportunity would get denied if we don't start at a very young age. So Young Athletes is all about starting for both children with and without intellectual disabilities between the age group of 2 to 7. And what are we trying to help? Develop their critical cognitive, social and motor skills. What are our goals? One is to support social inclusion and inclusive play. This photograph is actually in a village in Karaikal. Karaikal is actually 3 hours from Pondicherry. Nobody heard about sports there. It was a regular school, and even in that rural school, sports was just running around. And when we brought in all these colorful hoops and cones, the excitement was unbelievable. And then we put a condition saying, can you go and bring one special needs child from your classroom and run with them. Everybody started looking at the child whom they have ignored till then, though the child was sitting in that same classroom. And that is this very powerful sports tool that we use. The program was so powerful that after that, every time we went, the child would come and say, you know, we found a new child with a disability, but who is sitting in my classroom. He doesn't walk, he doesn't want to talk with us, but we want him to come to the sports field because he knows by bringing that child, he can also run. And that's how you use peer interaction. And that is where you build buddy culture. And beyond that sports field, what you do is also tell a bunch of so-called neurotypical children that this is one child, you're responsible for him. Can you take care that he goes to the washroom? Can you, if he's using a wheelchair or a walking aid, ensure that it's used properly? And most importantly, because it's meal time, can you ensure that your friend eats food? So they start getting responsible. And what happens to the other child? The child with a special need, he starts belonging. He starts looking forward to coming to school. I have examples where children have gone up to the homes of the so-called special needs kid and volunteered to bring them to school, saying, you don't worry, I will take him to school with me. And that's social interaction is a reality, right? Social inclusion can become a reality, and that happens through the Young Athletes program because we are starting. See, it's only, I think, rehab professionals who kind of start labeling the child and saying this child is what they are. Children don't see differences, right? Because they also have somebody in the same classroom who's probably able to speak, but who cannot read a book when it comes to reading in the class. So they all know that there are such differences which exist. It's only when we get in and we say, okay, this is a child on the autism spectrum. This is a child with learning disability. That's when people start putting these differences into their mind. Till then, they are all kids. Everybody plays. One is running slower than the other and one is slightly faster. That's it, right? And if that difference can get ironed out on a sports field, imagine the rippling effect it would have in the classroom. And more importantly, I think like how I look at it, you don't have to keep having these sensitizing programs every time you go and start talking to people about what is disability, what is special needs, what does it mean not to have an IQ that is supposed to be so-called normal, and what it is to explain to a mom that your child is not what you expect him or her to be, right? We need to stop that. Who will do this talking? The next generation that we are training, whom we have already included in the classrooms, will do the talking, right? So what are we trying to do with the special athlete, young athletes program? We are just not doing this in the schools. We are also doing this in the community, and we are also doing this in the home. Because sometimes I think siblings can be a very, very powerful tool when it comes to inclusion, right? So this was a village where we worked. Everybody was scared to send their children to school after COVID. We went there with our young athletes program, and the kid you see here, right, the person who is a dwarf, she was always made fun of, but she was the first person to come and acknowledge our presence and stand there and start playing. Seeing her play, everyone else joined. But our only, the condition was that the children have to shake hands, share their name, and share the name of their friend. When they did that, this kid came up to us and said, this is the first time that my neighbor has even understood that I exist. And that's the power of the Young Athletes program. A child who is as young as 5 or 6 learns to not see differences. And then they start owning. And this does not happen in a playground. If you can see, this is happening right outside a temple where All the villages came and stood and watched. If I go in saying this is a young athletes program, we need a sports equipment, they are not going to understand. We just went in with song and dance, and then everyone started jumping in. The minute there was a little music, people started coming to watch. And then they all started, okay, then we start sending our children to school. This was right after COVID. And this is the work that happened at the community level. They first learned to take turns. Initially, they were fighting. And the first thing they would do is to push the child who has special needs, thinking that he cannot play with the ball. It starts like very simple things that you and I take for granted. That is where differences get sown. And you need to remove that seed before it gets sown. And sports can do that magic, literal magic, huh? Because by the end of it, when we came back, the child who was a dwarf was their chief guest. Everybody was wanting to be friends with her. People were not calling names. People were not making fun of her. And the entire atmosphere around not just that child, but also the village changed. Because the villagers came up to me and said, we never realized that children with special needs can actually play. It sounds normal to you and me, right? Living in a metro, we don't think play is that big. But for someone and I'm saying this again, 75% of the population that you and I are working with are in the rural villages. And if we don't target them, we are still going to be talking about inclusion for the rest of our lives. And if we want to avoid that, then a lot of our work needs to happen definitely outside the classroom. And sports can be one way of doing that. This was something that happened in the Pondicherry University. Even for the university students who were specializing in physical education, it was the first time that they were interacting with special needs children. Initially, there was a lot of hesitation. Imagine somebody who is doing their master's in physical education was standing, not knowing what to do. And then slowly they started interacting. The kids started pulling them, saying, you know, you jump with me or you teach me how to jump, and then I jump. It was amazing to watch. And what takes, like, if there are physiotherapists here, what takes us, say, 10 sessions for a kid to walk one step happens in no time because they are learning through modeling. Somebody else is jumping, so this kid is trying to jump. Somebody is giving a command, you're trying to repeat it. So your speech therapy also gets done there. You're trying to tell them to touch, feel. Your OT gets done there. It's not that because you do sports, you don't need to do therapy, but you can, cut some of those sessions and then do it holistically on the sports field. And that's the weapon of the Young Athletes program. There's so much fun. I remember after some of these sessions, the teacher would come up to me and say that I've never known this child could smile. The number of times he has laughed on the field because there's so much fun is a treat to watch. I'm sure all of you can relate to incidences like this. There's a kid who will not move, who will not have any change in his facial expression. But the minute there's something that he likes that happens, it changes in a second, right? And that's what you want to do. And imagine if that can happen on a 1 hour sports session with 30, 40 children, your goals are achieved. You don't need to then really look at what goals you've taken this quarter and what have been achieved and what has not been achieved, right? Social skills and bonding. The picture says 100 stories, right? And this was a child who would not interact, who would not even come near because he had an abusive father, who would not even come next to a man. It was always a female special educator. Even the therapist had to be a female. But all that got ironed out in just 3 sessions. I think ma'am was there when this whole thing happened in Pondicherry. siblings. We've had incidents when the siblings would refuse to sit right next to their special needs child. But you get them to play together. Then he suddenly turns out and say, my sister is much better than me. I did not know to do this skill. You start valuing your peer, your sibling better. You start looking beyond their disability. And what better inclusion than that, right? And what do we do in the community? It was actually a grandparent who came. Initially, she refused to come there and said, I don't have time. I need to sit and watch my television serial. But the minute we showed her a photograph and a video of what the grandchild was doing with her hands, she wouldn't move. This kid would not even hold a ball. And imagine throwing something that I guess as special educators, you would probably have a goal of holding a ball and throwing it. Your therapist would have it. That happens there. And part of the young athletes, we also have something called the family forum. We remember one of the family forum sessions was about child abuse and about menstrual hygiene. The mothers were asking us, how do we explain it? Will my girls understand? And when you're sitting in a group with so many other mothers, there were so many times the mothers would walk up and say, till I came here, I thought I was the only one who was suffering. But now listening to the other mothers, I realize I'm not alone. And that strength of networking and support goes a long way, especially when some of these children become athletes and get selected to Berlin or to any of the other national and state games. Can I send my daughter to travel? There's already a friend. So the mothers exchange notes. It's like how regular so-called neurotypical siblings would do. How you would talk to a friend. Why shouldn't a special needs mom also talk to a classmate who is there, who's also going through the same kind of issues? So family forums are powerful media where, stereotyping, especially gender stereotyping, gets ironed out. Stigmas get ironed out. Mothers get a voice out. No, this is troubling me. Whom do I go to? Where do I go? Where would you find a forum where parents can sit around and talk about it? And these are not parents from one school. These are parents from multiple schools. The only thing that binds them is Special Olympics. And then some of the ones who are part of the Young Athletes program today have gone up to Berlin and they are heroes today. Literally, some of them where the mother was given an option of either abandoning her in a special needs home or walking away from the family. So this mother decided to walk out from the family, build her own life. Today that kid is getting a government job simply because she's become part of Special Olympics. Also because we started very early with her through the Young Athletes program. So what are we doing in Pondicherry? How do we work with schools? We actually go and create what is called inclusive playgrounds. And when you are getting your child with autism to have a sensory walk, it is not just the child on the autism spectrum it's walking, but it's also some of their peers who are walking so that they don't see differences. It's like a play game. It's like something that everybody is playing, including the Prime Minister who is walking on it. So there you go. And when they play across ages, across abilities, and here even across socio-economic backgrounds and sometimes castes, it all gets broken down. We don't stop with just that. We also have what is called inclusive quiz competitions, and now we have done inclusive science fairs where children with special needs and children going on mainstream schools do work together. What do I want all of you to do? Get on to the Special Olympics website and you will find this activity card. For some of you who are looking at what is the activity, what kind of inclusion activity should I do? I think this is the best tool for all of you to use. And get on to Google Play Store and please download the Young Athletes app. Share it with your parents. There are so many activities that are listed there. Get them registered and get on going with the Young Athletes program if you have not started. Finally, what is it that SOB wants to do? We don't want even a single child to be abandoned and to be left out. We want everybody to be included, but we are saying that inclusion is just not, getting them into our world. It's unquestioned acceptance and changing the world for them and not them for the world. And thank you all very much for listening to me. If you have any questions. No question? Wanted to know? Either it was too boring or it was. I can go on talking. I'm sure I and Jayanti ma'am can tell you 100. It's very simple, no? What I told you so long. Sit with your, whoever is your head, and say, in the whole 1 hour, 7 hours, 6 hours, or whatever you're doing, 1 hour becomes sports. Get your young athletes program there. Get your therapist to be standing there. If the therapist's goal is to jump, there is a activity where you can actually get the child to jump, right? If it is to understand commands, or if speech is the issue, you get them to follow your prompts, right? I think you should stop seeing it as special education, physiotherapy, speech therapy, and look at it as a holistic program where all these can come together. It's like doing a group exercise. It's like doing a group session, right? Where you have everyone together.
Yeah, I just wanted to share an experience.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm a psychologist, a counselor working in a school, and I just wanted to share that in our school we have yoga, gymnastics, PE right from the very beginning, from nursery to grade 12. And I have really seen, like, even the parents who shadow children inside the school, it's usually the gymnastics period or the PE period where the parents are out, the child is so happy. It's like what you said, the team building, the inclusion that we are trying to create. Young children don't differentiate. I have seen them to be the people who just accept. It's we later, when children grow up, or when we put it in their minds, they start discriminating. But I have seen so many buddies right from the time when we created in nursery. They handle these children so well, and sports is a very good medium because I've seen the difference that it makes.
You're talking about children. I'm talking about teachers. Once you get this into your daily schedule, you look forward to that hour, because you can actually get up out of your rooms and get out, and physically you can also be active. And that's why I think we literally put a practical session in the otherwise lecturing conference so that you get to experience what it is to be active and running around, right? It makes a difference even to us. So why not to children with special needs? Okay, thank you all very much for listening to me so patiently.
Thank you, ma'am, for a truly inspirational session. Ms. Shah has truly displayed research and action, sharing examples of exemplary work done through sports to support true inclusion of children with special needs. Moving on, now we are continuing this particular session of promoting inclusion through Young Athletes program, Embracing Differences, We'll be joined virtually by Ms. Rebecca. Her video will be played. Ms. Rebecca, Senior Director, Communications, Special Olympics International. She has earlier served as Communication Director, Johns Hopkins University, Bloomberg School of Public Health. Madam has also served as a Strategic Communication Manager, Management Services for Health, and currently is serving as the Senior Director, Communication, Special Olympics International. Let us all hear Ma'am's message for this conference.
Hello, distinguished guests and attendees of the Amity University International Conference on Inclusion Through Sports. I'm excited to be with you here today, even though I can't be there in person, but excited to share more about inclusion and why it's so important at the earliest ages. My name is Rebecca Ralston, and I'm the Senior Director of Early Childhood and Preventive Health at Special Olympics International. In my role, I have the chance to oversee the development and support the implementation of all of our early childhood work, starting as young as birth through the age of 8, in support of the development and growth of children with intellectual and developmental disabilities. That work is cornerstoned by our Young Athletes program, which is a gross motor play program for 2 to 7-year-olds that brings children with and without intellectual disabilities together through play to see the power of inclusion in action. I want to thank you again for having me, and I think this topic is so important because as we think about our children with intellectual disabilities and they go out into the world, there's so much need for the support that we can provide them and then the way that we can bring them into the communities. When we think about inclusion at the earliest ages, there's so many reasons why it's important and why it brings value to our lives. If you think about the attitudes and belief systems as children develop, they have not been developed yet as they're growing. And so they're learning, they're exploring their worlds and trying to figure out who they are and what they want to be. And so by bringing inclusive opportunities to all participants, both with and without intellectual disabilities, at the youngest of ages, we can really create opportunities for children to see experiences that are positive, create moments where they can see children with disabilities being successful, being their peers, and really learning to connect with one another. Something I love to say, and we talk about in the Special Olympics world, for our older athletes, that we're focused on changing mindsets, changing perceptions, changing attitudes towards people with intellectual disabilities. But when we bring inclusive experiences to our youngest years, to our youngest participants, we don't have to focus on changing mindsets because they haven't built those perceptions towards people with intellectual disabilities yet. And so we can just start from an experience of positivity and create moments and experiences that can last a lifetime. In many cases, can fundamentally change the way in which people operate. They might be so connected by their experiences playing and growing with children with disabilities that they get to want to take a career in disability or in sport or in one of those spaces. I think focusing on those inclusive opportunities really builds that. And it's something that we see as a value and a role of the Special Olympics Young Athletes program. Young Athletes really brings children together through play. Every child, regardless of whether they have a disability or not, loves to play and wants to be able to play. And it is the right of every child to be able to play. And so we use young athletes not only to teach some of those skills that our children with intellectual disabilities might need support in learning, but we also do so in that inclusive environment so that children with disabilities can learn from and model their peers, and then children without disabilities can experience their peers with disabilities, can interact and connect with them in really positive and valuable ways. It's something that we inspire to see in our Young Athletes program, and is something that is such a powerful moment, whether it's peers who have never interacted with a child with disabilities, to their siblings and learning how to play with their sibling with disabilities, being able to do so in a really positive and supportive environment that recognizes the value of each child. And I think when we think about inclusion at our youngest years, the importance and the value of really seeing that value of every child, and that every child can bring a moment, a success, whether that looks different. You might see it might not be making a goal when you're playing a sport or making a basket, but it might be making eye contact or being able to give a high five and a cheers. And so as you think about how inclusion can look when you're working with really young children, that value of celebrating successes and celebrating the unique individual abilities that each child brings. I also think something that's really valuable and that we've seen the power in is the opportunity of inclusive environments for young children, and the impact that it can have on parents and caregivers. For the parents of children with intellectual disabilities, many of whom are struggling with very real emotions of learning of their child's diagnosis, maybe feelings of fear and shame, or just uncertainty of what it means and what their child's life might be. But seeing their child in Young Athletes, seeing their child interact in an inclusive environment, gives parents confidence. It gives parents hope that they can bring their child out into the community. They can take their child to the market, and they'll be accepted. I think seeing inclusion at the earliest of ages leads to that opportunity for acceptance. We've recently conducted some evaluations of our Young Athletes program, even here in India, where the Amity team was a participant in the evaluation, where we showcased and saw that the parents who participated in Young Athletes saw significant improvements in both their efficacy and empowerment. That feeling that I'm learning about my child, I'm feeling more comfortable, I'm feeling stronger in my ability to parent and support a child with intellectual disabilities. So it's a really great benefit that we see from that in the importance of that inclusive programming early on. Additionally, for the parents of children without intellectual disabilities who are participating in inclusive programming, they're also having to change their mindsets. They might be coming with perceptions of what a child with a disability can or cannot do. And they're seeing in real time as their children interacts with and participates in programming with children with disabilities that might not be true, and that there are so many things that our children with disabilities can accomplish and be successful in, and learn and grow just as their child without disabilities can. And so that knowledge for all parents, and the confidence and the ability to sort of feel more empowered to lead their child through their journey is just a really valuable byproduct of this programming, and of the ability for us to connect into inclusive programming at an earliest stage. So I don't have much time here, but I wanted to just share a few tidbits there, and to advocate as much as I can and encourage you to advocate as much as you can to find ways for us to bring those inclusive opportunities to children as much as we can, and really connect our children to their peers of varying abilities and recognize that those opportunities really bring strength to the children. It brings so much opening of the mind and an opportunity to grow and develop. So I hope you enjoy the conference here and learn a lot and can really take back with you so many ways that sport, and in particular sport for early childhood development, can benefit from inclusive opportunities. So thank you for having me. I hope, again, you have a wonderful conference, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Ms. Rebecca, for sharing your inspirational video message for our participants. As Ms. Rebecca truly mentioned, we all need to create moments of true inclusion for children with special needs from a very early age. It is imperative for us professionals to ensure the inclusion of parents, siblings, and the entire community in this process. We thank Ms. Shah and Ms. Rebecca ma'am once again for this beautiful and inspirational session on promoting inclusion through the Young Athlete Program, Embracing Differences. A huge round of applause for both the speakers. Thank you. Now it's time to felicitate our speakers. I would request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari ma'am to kindly present the memento to Ms. Shah. A huge round of applause for Madam. Thank you, experts. Dear participants, as you ponder on the thoughts received from this wonderful session, it's now time to break for tea. I request all the dignitaries to kindly proceed for tea in the lounge and all the participants to proceed to F3 Fire for tea. We will be rejoining in 10 minutes so that we can proceed with the panel discussion. Thank you, participants. Important session, which is the panel discussion. Welcoming all the participants back from tea. Now it's time to move on to the panel discussion. We are now moving on to the session 6 of this 2-day international conference, which is a panel discussion on celebrating success, Unified Champion School Program. This session will be moderated by Ms. Raman Rekhi from Special Olympics Bharat. I now take the privilege to introduce Ms. Raman. Ms. Raman is currently working as the Head of Communications and Youth Initiatives, Special Olympic Bharat. Madam is responsible for supporting the development of communication tools to increase visibility and spread awareness about Special Olympics Bharat among all the stakeholders. Ms. Raman is closely associated with the development of youth activation within Special Olympics Bharat and is involved in developing resources to supplement its proliferation, such as media outreach, newsletter circulation, reports, website and social media management, profiling all the athletes, creating branding assets, following the Special Olympics International Guidelines. It's a privilege to have ma'am amongst us today, and I now invite Ms. Raman to moderate the session and carry the panel discussion forward. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Amity University. And yes, good morning, everyone, our respected participants and the very esteemed panelists who are present here. I'll invite them one by one. But yes, I think I'm privileged to be leading or to be moderating a discussion on a topic which is very dear to all of us, I think, with all of you, with your accomplishments sitting over there, which is celebrating diversity and also trying to see how schools can champion the cause of inclusion. So may I please begin on Zoom or online, we would be joined by two of our panelists. One would be Dr. Ajay Singh and the other would be Ms. Palm Rolling. Dr. Ajay Singh is from the Directorate of Education and Sports, the Delhi government, and I welcome sir. I hope he has joined. Okay, moving on. Joining us for the panel is Ms. Palm Rolling, Manager Youth Initiatives, Asia Pacific Region Special Olympics. She's joining us from Singapore. She started her career as a researcher for the University of Applied Science in Amsterdam, after which she moved to work for the government as a senior policy advisor. Of course, this is a very brief introduction of hers, but in the interest of time, Palm, who is a guide for us and who is a friend for Special Olympics Bharat, I would really like to welcome her. Welcome, Palm. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Neeraj Singh. Ms. Neeraj is the head of Department Physical Education, JP Public School, Greater Noida. Ms. Neeraj has been a Khelo India School Fitness Assessment Master Trainer of teachers, empowering educators with the knowledge and skills to promote fitness and wellness among school children through the Khelo India initiatives. These are one of the many caps that she wears across the field of sports, education, and communications. Welcome, Neeraj. Please take a seat. Next, our very dear and also our mentor in many ways, Dr. Amitav Mishra, Professor Special Education, IGNOU, Indira Gandhi National Open University, very popularly called IGNOU. Dr. Amitav Mishra is a senior professor of special and inclusive education at IGNOU, New Delhi. His main areas of research interest are inclusive education, adaptive physical education, early intervention, healthcare, and intervention for adults with intellectual disabilities. He has published over 70 research publications. He serves as advisory member of the Asia Pacific Forum on Research in Intellectual Disability, Singapore, and has served on the advisory board of several leading disability organizations such as Special Olympics Bharat. He is a member of editorial board and review committee of several journals. He has been felicitated with the Governor's Award for Excellence in Services to Persons with Disabilities, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Sir, the list was just not ending. Welcome to the panel. Please come, sir. Take your seat. Next, we have very privileged and delighted to have Dr. Vandana Sharma with us. Dr. Vandana is the principal of MBCN Mata Bhagwanti Chadha Niketan, Noida, and her career goes to 28 years of rich experience in the field of disability. She has been working in research, advocacy, and awareness amongst many other ways that she has been spreading information about people with disabilities. She started MBCN, which is a charitable school for children with special needs run by the Ponti Chadha Foundation in 1999. Starting then with 20 children, the number has soared up to 550. In fact, I heard some time back in the lounge that it had soared up to 1,000. But then, due to certain technical aspects, instead of having it in 2 shifts, it is restricted to 1 shift of 550 children only, and that's because the space allows that much. Otherwise, there is provision for literally double the amount. Amongst her several accolades, she was honored with Women Achiever Award by Amity University in 2016 for her exemplary services for disability and rehabilitation. Welcome, Dr. Vandana. Please come and take your seat. Our last and very important panelist, Ms. Aksi Naqvi. She is the coordinator, Primary Wing, Rainbow Department, Kothari International School, Noida. She is a special educator who works for the inclusion of children with special needs in inclusive rooms, having a rich experience of 11 years in this field. She is a parent of a bright young adult with autism. She has written several papers which have been published and has received 3 awards for exemplary work in the field. Welcome, Ms. Aksi. Delighted to have you with us. So, we have, I think, a spectacular panel here with us, and we really look forward to having some real expert advice, exchanges. And while the panel is full of esteemed people, distinguished people over here, I also would like to say that the audience over here is also very, very respectful, very accomplished in their respective fields. And I would really request you to share your thoughts wherever you want to. And it will be great. It will really add value to the panel if we could have some thoughts or concerns or anything that you want to share over here as we are taking the discussions forward. To begin with, in every corner of the globe, learners with intellectual disabilities face multiple challenges stemming from social exclusion and active isolation by educational institutions. Exclusion deprives not only youth or students with intellectual disabilities, but it deprives those who do not have an intellectual disability as well. It deprives them of the opportunity of learning from more diverse set of peers, preventing them from developing skills they need in order to contribute fully within a global economy and society. We know that a lot is being done, but the question is, are we doing enough to change negative attitudes towards the youth with intellectual and developmental disabilities? And how do we determine whether our programming actually is making a difference? So we are here to discuss, and we hope that we join hands in future to make inclusion and values not just posters on the wall, but make them a part of our attitude as we grow. So let's begin with our first question, with our first round of questions. And let's begin with Dr. Ajay Singh. Is Dr. Ajay Singh? Okay, he is not there with us. So we just move on. We will move on to Ms. Palm Rolling, Manager Youth Initiatives Asia Pacific Region. And Palm, it's great to have you on this panel. So just want to begin with you. What is the significance of late Special Olympics International has started talking a lot about getting the government engaged in our endeavors. So what is the significance of government engagement in the educational arena according to the Special Olympics strategy?
Thank you, Raman, for that question. I hope I'm audible for everyone.
Very clearly.
Okay, happy to hear that. Thanks so much for having me virtually to start with that. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone virtually. Of course, I would love to join in person in the future. I think virtually will do for now. Thank you, Raman, for that question about what is the significance of government engagement in the educational arena and what is our Special Olympics strategy in that. I think before I answer that question, Raman, I would like to add to what you just stated about the importance of inclusion in education. And I'm sure these numbers are not new to everyone, but we know that students with intellectual disability are 43% more likely to drop out of school, right? They're 49% more likely to have never attended school, and they're 42% less likely to have foundational reading and numeracy skills if you compare them with students without ID. And I think for Special Olympics to tackle these issues and create equal access to quality education, we should work with government entities, and there's no other way around it, right? So how we do this at Special Olympics is written in our global strategic plan. I'm sure you've heard about this earlier in this conference, but our Unified Champion School and our Unified School programming shows great results. But we also realize we're not there yet. So how are we moving forward in engaging governments? Is one example of doing that is by a forum that is being spearheaded by Special Olympics, the Global Coalition for Inclusion. So this platform really brings together key thought leaders from governments and other international development agencies to define a policy agenda for inclusion through sports in education. I think that is one way of how Special Olympics is trying to engage more with governments globally and locally.
Thank you so much, Pam. Definitely, I think getting the government engaged does bring about credibility and sustainability that we are really striving for. Thank you so much, Pam. We'll move ahead. And as we are talking about inclusion through sports and school or educational institutions and spaces, I would like to reach out to Ms. Neeraj Singh, who's head of the Department Physical Education, JP Public School, Greater Noida. Neeraj, how is an inclusive education system supporting inclusion on the ground? Because yours is an integrated or inclusive setup. How is it really rolling out? Is it truly breaking mindsets?
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful question, ma'am. Actually, I feel this question is not only for the intellectually disabled children, this question is for the youth. Because if you have, as a practice, we are doing it, since 2013, we are doing this practice, inclusion through the sports and education. We find it benefit both the children, ID and non-ID. Because it is when it's come to the non-ID children, they learn a lot of life skills. They learn patience. They learn sharing and caring, which is the core value and should be the core value for any institution to impart this to their children. And peer learning is now by and large is the best method of teaching, where the peer is involved in teaching and supporting the children with intellectual disabilities. It gives immense growth and development. Children become more vocal, they become expressive, they are able to talk, which is, I feel, the first sign that they are coming out of, or they are lift up, or they have come up, or they have evolved. This is practically, I feel it happened.
Excellent. Neeraj, I think it's those smaller things, like we are holding big events, we are holding a huge event like this conference over here, but it's basically to amplify those little things like sharing and caring, you said. You just get them together, and what we want them to do, just share and care. So it's the little things which are really of added value and where we need to put our minds. So हम जो भी कर रहे हैं, हम क्यों कर रहे हैं? Just for those little things, but those little things add up and make our life the way it is, the quality of life. Moving on from a school, I would like to move on to a college or a university or a higher education space, and which is such as Amity. Yesterday, I think during the conference, we did hear that so much is being talked about schools or inclusion in schools. But how about the higher education? How about universities and colleges? So I would like to reach out to Dr. Amitav Mishra. Sir, I would like to ask you, colleges and universities have a population which is less restricted, because you're always more restricted in schools. You have that liberty to move or to do your kind of a thing when you reach a college. Utne restrictions nahi hote hain. This group is also integral
in shaping a workspace soon, क्योंकि वो college के बाहर अपना career बनाएगा. So how is special education or how is this sensitization spreading among students in colleges and universities, sir?
Thank you, Ramanji. There is a provision in our Right to Person with Disability Act that the undergraduate student will complete 2-credit course on rights of person with disability.
Okay.
So at IGNOU, we have developed this 2-credit course. The student, whoever would be doing any undergraduation program, has to complete that 2-credit program. Either credit will be added or it can be non-credit. So this is a part of awareness program to the student at higher education, number one. And with passing of Right to Person with Disability Act so many years, still, the way it should have been implemented across universities, all the UGC sent the circular, this would be, but the implementation is, so slow. So when we'll reach our goal,
Yeah.
Sustainable Development Goal 4 in 2030, then we are left with only 6 years. So how will prepare our entire gamut of education to get ready for a quality, inclusive and equitable, equalizing, whatever terms you want to use for such an education system where people, all the students could be really sensitive to what these needs. Number one. Number two, with the intervention of Supreme Court of India, they wanted all higher education institutions should be accessible and inclusive. In that line, AICT, NCT, almost all council, including UGC, they developed accessible guidelines. I was part of the UGC team. We developed a complete handbook on guidelines, accessible guidelines, that includes campus living, that includes inclusive sports, that include inclusive campus, inclusive admission process, inclusive teaching learning. So everything, how a campus could be inclusive, like Pondicherry University is doing well in the index of inclusion. We wanted all the universities and higher education could be inclusive. But it is taking so much time. I think we have to be on the first track. How these kind of implementations should be done as quick as possible, so that by 2030 we should be ready for an equitable, inclusive, quality education, so that our all systems should be ready for that. Number one. Number two, when you talk about inclusion, most important is access. They should have access to the system, whether it is your foundation or preparatory or secondary, middle or secondary, or it can be higher education. There should be access. Number second is accept. We need to create such an environment, all should accept them. Number three, to participate. They can participate well in all the kind of activities. And number four is achievement. So when we talk about person with IDD, intellectual and developmental disability, access to higher education is something, there is a lot of how a person with intellectual disability can be part of the higher education. This is a big question. So why a student of 31-year-old, maybe 41-year-old, is carrying the school bag and a bottle and coming to a special school for a, we have seen these kind of children also, but they are not children, they are adults. The adults
Okay.
coming to school, they still call it a school. They come for a vocational class or pre-vocational class, or they do that. Why we cannot separate them as a college? Why you cannot have pre-vocational vocational program as a college? Then why we should not have a placement service there itself? Why they should not be treated like college student? What kind of expectation they have to travel on their own? You know, there's a lot of things happens when you designate them you are a college student. So we have to go away in our system having a special school sheltering across the age group. Whether your child is 3-year-old or 30 years old or 60 years old, they are in special school. There could be few exceptional institutions, but 99% institution is like that. We have to break that kind of system. Why we don't have a startup? There are many institutions producing lot of products made by person with intellectual disability. We do not have a startup that is marketing these kind of products. There is no state level or national level training programs, what kind of product, what, there is no kind of management not getting into, the finance not getting into. So how this product would be marketed across? Because there could be many organizations, they would be interested. For example, you have a conference or something, why they don't want to give a token of appreciation by buying such kind of product? And you know, there could be some kind of intrinsic value of I don't want to link up charity with anything, no, not at all, but it can be a competitive kind of things, a startup. When I spoke in IIM, I said, why your student not taking some kind of social startup? Somebody saying, no, I don't need a very huge package, but I want a startup that has a social kind of impact. And as you know, recently, National Stock Exchange has started social stock exchange. So like the share you buy, you can buy social share. That will help organizations. So how this kind of social stock exchange work and how it can support the higher education, the adult life, the employability, and also we have to see beyond the, you know, spectrum of this, the geriatric and other old age problem with these kind of people. And if we want to make our system more inclusive, how we can include sports, health, and other aspect with that, that's very important.
Thank you, sir. With your thoughts, I'm getting curious to ask you more questions, but I would like to ask our audience what Amitabh sir said or what any of our panelists have said so far. Is it stoking any amount of curiosity in you? Do you want to ask any further questions? Because I do. So it'll be great if anything comes from you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just a moment.
Hello. So, right, so we were talking about startups and we were also talking about that how people should take the initiative. But I also feel that there's no funding. One, two, their government is not supportive. Three, there are few startups and all of them are in loss. So what we can do about that? Because I'm a person who want to do something on that sort, but I don't know how to pursue this. So I would love if you can tell me something which I can do.
I do agree to maximum extent with you. That's why the social stock exchange has come. If you are a corporate as a non-profitable, as a social corporate, you can register a corporate, a company under 1956 Act as a non-profitable, as a social kind of corporate. Your mission is not to get profit and all those things. So then once you registered, you can also get your things registered with National Stock Exchange. And like public IPO, you can bring your IPO, initial public offers. So your startup should be very clear what you're going to do. Maybe those organizations working in the field of disability, they would buy 100. I would like to buy your 100 share, because you will be maybe you will are starting a e-commerce for the selling the product made by the people with IDD, or you're doing similar activity. This is some kind of, the marketing person is here, the expert would be here. So she would because that is very important. We have to do a lot of social engineering. We have to connect, the social marketing branding so strongly. So this can be possible. There are many parents would not mind to buy 100 shares, your shares, if you are starting a startup. Okay. And the Fed should not be like Baiju or something. You should have a robust kind of plan of action. Get people, you will get lot of volunteers to support you, I think.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Vandana we'll come to you also. Dr. Vandana had a comment. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to share what we are practicing in our school. As you have heard in the very kind and elaborated introduction of my school, MBCN is a exclusively a special school working only for students and people with disability. 2 points sir has mentioned very beautifully. I just wanted to share that we are already practicing them, and this is beautiful. First, young adults or adults with any disability should be treated age appropriately. They are not school going students. So young adults and adults with disability in our school who are working in our sheltered workshop or vocational training center, they are titled as Bhaiya or Sir by younger students, and they don't wear school uniform anymore after a certain age. Just to give them a feel that they are not school going children, they are in a production unit, they are working there, and you can call it a startup. We have a vocational training center and a sheltered workshop. As special educator, we can do very limited, branding or marketing professionally. So we hired a professional from marketing background, and over the years, after 25 years, now we can say you can look at it as a production unit. Students, young adults who are involved in production are getting share of profit every month directly into their bank accounts. So they are employed there, and their products are being exported, and we are making products for very reputed brands. Like for Manish Malhotra, we are creating few products. For Parliament of India, we are making paper bags. So there are n number of brands or companies or reputed industries. For them, we are making products, and we are very proud of it. And our students and young adults and adults who are working in that production unit, they are also very proud. They always say, we are only breadwinners of our family because my father is retired. I'm the one who is earning for the family. So amount doesn't matter. The confidence, that dignity, that matters a lot for them. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think you've already answered part of the question that I had planned for you. But sir, I think what you mentioned, acceptance and awareness, this is an environment of acceptance and awareness that's being created in MBCN. Ma'am, you had some thoughts to share.
Namaste to all dignitaries and dear colleagues and friends. Actually, I just have a question. I have a hands-on experience of making a startup, and basically we came up with the idea of making gift baskets, and we collaborated with around 20 parents across India, parents and adults with special needs. And we primarily focused on products which were not only envelope making and paper bags, but different things like maybe handmade soaps and all these. We successfully completed orders for two people who gave us the orders because they were parents of children with special needs. But the mindset that I came across as a person who was trying to work in this area was this, that we did not register the organization as an NGO. It was a purely limited liability partnership firm because we thought that everything around special education becomes charity. I'll be honest about that. It happens like that. And when we introduced our products, we didn't tell them that they were made by people with special needs. We simply gave our catalog to people and corporates. Now the prices were high because we did not cash on economies of scale. So we could not get any orders. And when we told them that it's made by people with special needs, so the moment they said, okay, we'll do it as CSR and give us your tax rebate number, we said we are not an NGO. So that was the fix where we were stuck and had to shut it down, like not completely, but it's not working anymore because we could not give those kind of profits or numbers to children with special needs because they were not producing products at a very large scale. It's not only limited to the products, it's also limited to the kind of jobs you want them to do. So Atypical Advantage, everybody must have heard about it. They are doing wonderfully because it's backed by the Future Group and they are investing so much in it. And the moment we talk about children with special needs, everybody says, don't think about money. Somewhere as a professional, I don't agree with it because as a professional, we are associated because we are getting, obviously, we are fulfilling the social responsibility at the same time getting paid for it. So if we are not getting any money to the people who are making it,
Yeah.
and in the end everything becomes CSR. So there I felt it was a very huge fix as to should we get into any kind of profit making business with them, or it should always stay as a CSR concept. That's my view.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, please.
So, ma'am, I'm a volunteer, but I spearhead a small school exclusively for special needs children again. As I said yesterday, I'm also the mother of a special needs adult. The exact same question she's talking about. Vandana ji is the person we all look up to. She's the star that led the way for everybody. But then you are backed by a big organization. We found a solution to that. Ma'am, our school, I went the academic way. I chose to go the academic way. We all have to choose, one path. We can't be going. So that's why I'm here today, because sports was completely excluded. I want to speak to her because I, as a parent, also thought padhai kar lete hain, sports baad mein karen. So I really want to go that way. But the solution we found was our school has become an NIS accredited study center now. I took academics very, very seriously, started adapting everything. We have students finishing 12th, about 50 of them every year. I tried this way, started making products. We actually, not in an organized manner, but we did try going different ways. And what we always faced was profit kyun chahiye aapko? And moreover, like in the yesterday when we had Mr. Lalit, there was a representative of Mr. Lalit, and I said that as a parent and as an educator, I was not very sure of the hotel industry. Ma'am, safety is paramount.
Yeah.
98% of special needs adults are abused. 98%. So I found a solution I'd like to share. The students are 10th and 12th students. We start training them from the very beginning. NIS has, if everybody's heard, National Institute of Open Schooling. That's a wonderful board for our children to get educated. From very early on, we start making them mentors, the younger students. Beyond 12th, now I'm starting the marketing thing. I'm marketing these students. 12 of our students have become teachers with us. 10 of them are from underprivileged families. From middle class. So we pay them 5,000 a month only. The parents give us the money. We give it to them. So, but they are teachers. They actually, one of my students is teaching home science. A 12th standard student is taking home science for the 10th standard students. 7 of them are teaching English. For the rest 2 who are underprivileged, we are actually paying them. Again, only 5,000 a month. And we're now marketing them. And one of them has this year been accepted at Step by Step School as an assistant teacher. Now, 2 things what happened here. One, they started getting a salary. But ma'am, they'll always be in a sheltered environment. There'll be assistant teachers in special schools who hopefully will be a lot more safer than, other environments around. Another thing we're doing is we started this year, 6 of our students are now training to be special educators. There's at Amarjyoti Rehab Center, they have a program they gave us concessions as to the marks they were scoring, and the students are now training to be special educators. When we started the program, I had absolutely no hopes. 6 months into the program, they are better special educators than the other colleagues I have.
Oh, wow. Where are you based, ma'am?
Noida.
Noida. Okay.
And I just
We'll
want
get in
to
touch.
clarify one thing you have said. Yes, we are backed by a big group it's a charitable school, but our sheltered workshop is an independent self-generating unit. We didn't take a single penny from that group or our organization. It's a self-generating unit. Yes, that's what I was pointing out. As special educators, शायद हम बहुत कुछ नहीं कर पाते. But we started as a starter. We hired a person from marketing background, and वो competitive होना चाहिए. Market में आप CSR और special बच्चों के नाम पे बहुत कुछ market नहीं कर सकते. We have to be competitive and reasonably जो pricing है वो भी करा है and marketing किया है. That's why we are here, and now we are in a position to pay reasonably to our young adults who are involved in production.
Important. They had a shop in some mall or some
Wave Mall.
Yeah, Wave Mall. My daughter was very young then. My first thought was, it doesn't have to be charitable. It was a shop. There were special needs adults selling. That was the best part. They never had, other people.
No.
So, ma'am, you got me started on the idea that doesn't have to be charity based.
Yes, exactly. And we had shops in different malls. We had 5 outlets. अब हमने सब बंद कर दिए because हमारे बच्चों के पास टाइम नहीं है रिटेल के लिए. Because we are working for orders, bulk orders. So हमें रिटेल के लिए कुछ भी प्रोडक्शन के लिए टाइम ही नहीं है. That's why हमने सारे जो रिटेल आउटलेट्स हैं मॉल में वो सब बंद कर दिए. We are getting orders. Thank you.
It sounds very positive, ma'am.
You should
nice
do
to
the
know.
networking and start supporting organization working in different parts of the country. You are doing very good job here in
Yeah.
Noida. So those who are working other part of the country must be supported by you. Your mentoring is very important.
My mind just went to what Jayanti ma'am said this morning. If we are, laying so much of emphasis on something like marketing. Marketing begins with documentation, some kind of data, some kind of impact, some kind of what you are doing needs to be documented. I think Jayanti ma'am ne mentioned kara tha in the first session today, this morning. We often kind of give it a miss, but that's probably the first step that we should be taking, and that's in our hands. So it's important. So anyway, I'll move on to Dr. Vandana for completing a response. That, ma'am, you are into a lot of activities, all roads going towards inclusion of people with special needs, of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Where does sport, according to you, fit in? Because you've seen the evolution of MBCN. You started it and it's like thriving now, and you're still a strong part of it. Where have you seen sports fits in, and has it been successful in changing the complete environment of people around you or their attitude towards people with intellectual disabilities?
Yes, very definitely. Because not only in our institution, but I think it's a known fact that children can benefit from exercise, from energy release, and from pure enjoyment of playing sports. So why not for special kids? So this includes children with special needs also. Children with special needs are sometimes not encouraged to exercise. People, maybe adults who are around them, parents, guardians, they sometimes may fear that they'll get hurt. So I have seen parents,
they think that they'll get hurt if they let them play with other children. So yes, but physical activity is as important for children with special needs as it is for any other so-called neurotypical child. So the fusion of special needs and sports is seen as a valuable and empowering opportunity for individuals with disabilities to engage in physical activity, build skills, experience, and many benefits for sports from sports participation. And believe me when I say the benefits of sports are I have seen over the years. Believe me when I say this is not theory. I have seen this over the years in my school, at least in my schools. Benefits of sports are better overall fitness, improved cognitive health, better control of weight, especially for children with Down syndrome. They are very prone to, putting on weight over their developmental period. Healthier bone density, better emotional and psychological health, improved social skills and relationships, improved motor skills, more self-esteem, reduced risk of diseases like diabetes, less isolation and increased feeling of inclusion, improved academic achievement. I have literally seen all these benefits in my school over the years. Those students who were there at a very young age, they are adults now, and I have seen children with or without sports. There is a huge difference. Like fusion of special needs and sports can help break down barriers and stereotypes. That's what you're pointing out. So the fusion of special needs and sports can help break down barriers and stereotypes surrounding disability and showcase the ability and potential of individuals with special needs. We strongly believe at MBCN that sports can help reduce the stigma and discrimination associated with disability because it can transform community attitudes about a person with disability by highlighting their skills and reducing the tendency to see the disability instead of a person, individual. Through sports, person without disability interact with person with disability in a positive context, forcing them to reshape assumptions about what person with disability can or cannot do. So that's a very, very important thing. I mean, beyond all those benefits of playing sports, enjoying sports, energy release and everything, this is very important for to break attitudinal barrier in the community, and we have seen this happening through sports, participation in sports.
Absolutely, ma'am. That really puts our mission absolutely in place. Thank you. We move on to Miss Aksi. Miss Aksi being the coordinator of Rainbow Department. I first want to just compliment, it's such a happy term. It's such a colorful and diverse and
Yes, and we are a
celebratory
very
term.
happy department also.
Yes. So I could make that out. So I want to ask you that do you, through your experience, feel that people with intellectual or developmental disabilities can be front runners? Do you think so?
Yes, ma'am. I will speak from my experience in past 11 years. We have, our endeavor is to include children in mainstream classes. We offer different kind of support. We start with one-on-one support and then we gradually wean off that support. And as the children progress in classes, our endeavor is to include as per their needs. We offer modifications, but to make them a participating member of the classroom. Now, as ma'am has asked me, whether I believe that children can be front runners. So I would give an example that a child with IDD has represented school in the student council. They have been selected through a process of selection without any accommodations, and this child has been a very active member and very contributing member of the student council. We try to, yes, we have to do the best fitment. There, we have to provide the adequate mentorship. We have to provide that kind of accommodations. But I do believe, and our children are joining the youth
leadership program with Special Olympics also, and they're doing pretty well. So this kept aside, yes, they can. Now, another thing which I wanted to touch upon was acceptance. I believe there is one thing which we all take it very simply. I mean, it has been oversimplified. We feel that the fifth stage is acceptance. Why I'm talking about acceptance right here is that there are children who could do much better, but they are not able to do because there is a lack of acceptance in parents. Now, how there is a lack of acceptance? Acceptance is not a destination to be reached. I believe that it is a journey. I mean, you start showing acceptance in the school, maybe in the larger family, in the community, and it's a much later stage where you start taking pride in your child's disability also. And you feel that, okay, in spite of facing all these challenges, my ward, he lives up, he fights a battle every day. And then he becomes successful, he copes up with all those people who do not have these deficits. And then in front of a house full of people, you are able to say that, okay, my son with autism is studying at MIT University. That stage comes much later. So major roadblock which we find is that parents, although they are showing acceptance in the school and all, but when it comes to showcasing their abilities in terms of sports or in terms of other areas in art or other areas and being counted as people with neurodiversity, there they are shying away from that situation. And then all the effort that has been made all these years to build up a success story, there that is lost. This kind of situation we recently faced, where we had nominated one child to attend the youth leadership program. And this child was earlier studying in the integrated setup. He had shifted to us in the secondary school. And for 2-3 years, he's with us and he's doing pretty well. Now, when we nominated, he was a very well-suited person for this kind of a program and could have blossomed a lot. But when we nominated him, the parents again did not want him to belong and represent this group. And we were surprised. Why? Because, ma'am, somewhere, I mean, we don't know what terminologies are going to be used, and we don't want him to, then come out in the open and accept that kind of neurodiversity. Then again, we had to start a process of from the scratch. We had to teach them to take pride in their child's disability, what a struggle this child is putting up every day. So, as we are working on children, it is easier when the children are coming to us and we are working on children. We have to simultaneously, and because I work in early intervention, now I believe that we have to equally or even more work with parents to build that kind of pride, to get that kind of understanding as to what is the core issues that the child is facing. If your child has been labeled as autism, then what is the issue, to what extent the child is putting up this fight every day? That is very important for parents to understand. And for this, we as rehabilitation professionals need to empower parents, need to make parents understand the finer nuances of the condition of their child. Sometimes हम खुद भी बहुत चीजें complicate कर देते हैं. We end up, the speech therapists or occupational therapists, or we as special educators, we end up complicating things using jargons and just to make ourselves more relevant to them, which I think we are in a position we can inspire people, especially mothers and fathers, whoever can take that role, and to motivate such children and to come out with success stories. We see so many self-advocates from Western countries, people from America coming and telling us about their autism, but we hardly have any self-advocates. We hardly find any self-advocates. Are we not doing a good job? We are in areas we are doing much better than them. But we do not come out in the open. We do not say that, okay, I take a lot of pride in what my son has achieved right now. So there we take a step back. So this is primarily from a very early level, we have to start educating parents. And as a society, we have to be more accepting. Yes, that is the whole purpose of this workshop. That is the purpose of us being here and us working in the society. So let's build on that more. Otherwise, it's very easy for a child to flourish and take up leadership roles and do whatever they want to if given the right support.
Absolutely, ma'am. Acceptance from within, a great challenge, really. You just reminded me of an athlete of ours who'd gone for the World Games in 2015 to LA and won a silver medal, if I'm not mistaken, in swimming. And he was an athlete with autism. So I quickly, that was our first medal, if I'm not mistaken. That's like, I'm just trying to remember it off the cuff. I quickly wrote a release and I sent it across that won the first medal and all that, headlines and things. Headline jab aayi, so the mother was there also in LA and she said, "Aapne to mere child ko with autism kara diya hai. Up to the whole world knows that my child has autism."
Absolutely,
So-
ma'am.
And that family has shifted to Canada, not because of this, but what I'm trying to say is, educated family and educated background and just a little innovative. So that I think it's really important for the acceptance to come from within to kind of start. Thank you so much, Aksi, for that insightful thing. I think Neeraj wants to say something.
I just want to add on, very rightly said by Ms. Naqvi. Yeah, acceptance is very, very important. And as in a school, what we also face it, initial early childhood education. When the child is hardly 4, 5, 6 years old, that time if we inform parent that your child is some issues there, come and meet, let's work on that. And then they absolutely deny. And then they say, no. And these crucial years, these are the crucial years for a child when he is seeking and looking up to the parents and the teacher to help him. That time we are in our own dilemma that my child is perfect. There's no issue as such. We can't use this word. No. And exactly with our own thought process, we are denying a child to provide that help which he deserves from the parent. By the child is 10 years. Then we realize, yes, we need to support him. But the initial learning years, neuromuscular coordination, very, very initial years of learning is gone waste in that struggle when the child was alone and struggling to prove him happy child every day. And the parents are keep hiding his, where he is disabilities or his issues or the problems which he was facing. So this is a very, very sensitive issue. We all need to address on that. The first thing the parents need to accept. And at the very initial time, sometimes we get it very delayed. That is what Sir also addressed. The 30-year-old adult is going to the school. Why? Because initial 10 years being wasted. The time when the child needs the help, we all closed our eyes. This is very scary situation, I find.
Absolutely. Thanks, Neeraj. We'll move on to our second and the last round of questions to our esteemed panelists. Would like to begin with Palm here again. Palm, when we are talking of going back to government engagement or government acceptance of supporting an initiative like this, would you be able to share some examples or models from anywhere from the Asia Pacific region or anywhere else from the world?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for the question, Raman. And it's very inspiring to hear the conversations happening in the room in Amity. Just as important as engaging family members and the wider community, I think it's equally important to engage the government. And if we look at the Asia Pacific region, I want to compliment SO Bharat, Special Olympics Bharat, because they are really leading the way and engaging meaningfully with the local and the national government. Of course, one example is that through the MOU between SO Bharat, the Delhi chapter, and the government of the state of Delhi, there's joint commitment to introduce inclusion in sports across all schools under their purview. Again, creating more awareness and acceptance of people with ID. And with the support from the Ministry of Education and in particular Ms. Srija Mem, SO Bharat has been able to orientate inclusion, education, and sport coordinators on national and state level. And I strongly believe that it really is only through such collaboration that we can, in a sustainable fashion, right, because we're only one person, reach more students with intellectual disabilities and create a more inclusive and educational environment for all. Like I said it before, Special Olympics cannot do it alone. I think no one in this room can do it alone. And we truly need each other as well as the wider community to carry out the message of inclusion. As Special Olympics, we always will continue to work with Special Olympics Bharat and other programs in the region to continue and encourage local and national governments to join the Global Coalition for Inclusion to further enable investments to the inclusion agenda locally and globally. But I'm also hearing from the room there the importance of engaging family members, engaging community, so that, you know, when people with special needs start a business, it's seen as a business and not as a charitable act, right? And I think one way is how we do that is starting early. So by introducing Special Olympics in schools, right, introducing unified sports in schools and introducing people with and without intellectual disability to each other. I think that's the only way how we create more awareness, acceptance, and hopefully in the long run, more equal access to education and other opportunities for people with and without intellectual disabilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And yes, we are treading this very difficult path, but with your support and guidance throughout, I think we are doing it all together as what is coming out through these conversations, that it can't be an isolated effort by any one entity. So we have to join hands for this. Coming to Neeraj now. Neeraj, any specific example from your school that you would like to share with all of us where you felt that, yes, sports brought about a change, impact IISTs?
Thank you for allowing me to share my case studies. I'll just tell you one child, Aman Ahmed. He's studying with us since past 10 years. He got admitted in our school when he was in grade 2. And that was a time when his parents was given up on. He'll not be able to do the studies, or how he'll do the studies. But we try to convince them that don't focus only on academics. Don't look for excellence in academics. Look for the first his life skills. He should be able to talk. He should be able to make friends. And that we started with the sports. He started on skating. And the sense of achievement when he completed any exercise, any routine work which we are given to him, any circuit which he is doing with other normal children, it gives him a lot of sense of achievement. And by and large, his boys' pre-fitness condition was good. So sometimes he performed better than the other children. So it made him more confident to continue in sports. And then he started playing the competitive sports, and he participated, reached up to the national level with the normal children. So that was and not only in the sports, and then gradually he repeated grade 8. We convinced his mother, let him repeat. It is required. Just jumping to the next class is not going to give him anything substantial. He repeated class 8, and then by and large we have seen his academics also improve, and he got very decent 68% marks in grade 10th. And now the school have taken, because he is not able to frame big long sentences. So he is good with the numericals. So he have taken a PCM, and proudly he is a student of grade 12, and he is by and large doing decently good. And we feel this is our achievement. He is able to talk on the physics. He is able to deliver applied maths on the board, and he is able to deliver the answers to the class. If he has been asked to write an answer of a particular equation, he is writing it, he is solving it, and he is delivering, means explaining to the class. So he's changed a lot. So we take up as a pride, because he changed. And because of him, other children get motivated, other students also get motivated, and the children with non-ID. they get acceptance. Fine, let's play together, let's study together. This togetherness among their peers, the same age group, is very, very required for these children. They look forward. Even as a human, if I've been be isolated from my age group, gradually my IQ will go down. So by and large, it has happened with these children. They are excluded from their age group. So acceptance from their age group in a free play manner is very important and give them self-esteem and independence. Then they gradually become independent. Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely. Neeraj, just very quickly, we are running out of time. Any examples of bullying, because you have both students with and without? There could be, it's very natural on students of the same age to, look down or make fun and all. कभी कुछ ऐसा हुआ है और उसको solve करा है?
So I'll just very handsome example is in standing in front of me, Shashwat Agrawal. Shashwat had begun this program with us. He was in grade 7. And grade 8, I nominated him with the body. And by and large, because he was a happy-go-lucky child, but his other neighbors, society neighbors, so you are in a special prerna wing. So are you a special child? Even his mother come to me, ma'am, the society people are, my neighbors are saying he's in prerna wing and he's a special child. Please don't put him. So I explained her, and then she said, okay, ma'am, I'm okay. And even till today, the lot of parents get confused, but because he is subtle, he himself addressed. So it given a inclusive environment where first the child need to be, accept this. Even if we are, nobody is perfect. One another thing, we are all lacking. So first these children, youth need to understand, and now they are the brand ambassador. They take the lead in explaining that. They lead the explaining to other classmates. And bullying, yes, initially, if I'll address you as a teenage, adolescent shoot to everyone in this age group. And because these children are sometimes is not so calculative or manipulative in hiding, so they express. I'll not take the name, one girl come to me, I like this boy in my class, but he's not talking to me. And then I called that boy, why don't you talk to her? Just talk to her, sit with her, help her in homework, or whenever she look for any help, just try to support her. He said, no ma'am, then the boys are my other classmates are making fun of me. Oh, now you get this one. So it is a Hercules task to counsel the complete class. This is because their children are not able to manipulate. They are not able to hide. So this happened. But yes, a lot of counseling required. But gradually, I understand, I find it with my 23 years of experience. Children are very, as mentor, as felicitators, वो बहुत बच्चों को हम बदल सकते हैं. बस हमें उनको बदलने का उतना डेडिकेशन होना चाहिए, उतना पेशेंस होना चाहिए. शायद being an educator, we are so much tied up with other stuff that we don't want to give that much time and energy to change that. एक दो counseling sessions में नहीं, ये तो बहुत constant and slow process है. But it is a slow cooking which gives you a tasty biryani.
अभी बिरयानी का टाइम भी हो रहा है. We are close, nearing the lunch time. But that brings me to another question, just an extended thing of what you were saying, Neeraj, and also Aksi. The question goes to Amitav sir. Sir, so that means for promoting people with intellectual disabilities or for their inclusion, can we look at beyond sports also? Can we look at beyond the athlete himself or herself also? Like they are saying family members, youth, other students, but is there any other part of the society that needs to be sensitized to join us?
So a lot of discussion was going on labeling, delabeling, the parents were scared, the child was winning a silver medal, and when the autism word was attached, the parents was... So because you have to, why parents are worried? It means the society is not sensitive as we expected. There is not much awareness. I think that gives indication need to work very hard so that any labeling can, the parents would not be worried if the child is labeled. Means I'm not asking labeling in a negative, it's a positively wherever it is required. So we must create such kind of enabling environment, which is very important. We need to invest heavily on education of our children
Yeah.
because we want to inclusion. We need to invest on the health. We need to invest on the employment. We need to invest on the social security.
Yeah.
Education, when talk about inclusive education, many parents, they don't want to send their child to inclusive school. We want to send to the special school. Okay, it is their choice. So wherever they are not interested, it means the kind of resources required in an inclusive setup regular school is missing. Parents would never send to a child to exclusive environment if inclusive environment has a lot of resources, is able to meet out the requirement of the child. I think we need more resources. More kind of resources include the training of the teachers. National Council of Teacher Education said 2 credit compulsory module is for all the regular teachers. How to implement, how to teach in an inclusive classroom. So there was a recent study saying that 90% of the colleges, it was a lecture method. They want to say there are different type of disabilities, number one. There are few colleges that have to show some special schools. With that input, whether a teacher, when the aspirant will become a really practicing teacher, will able to handle an inclusive classroom. Where is the 3H missing? Heart, how to accept. Head, the kind of strategy required for the inclusive classroom, inclusive pedagogy, how to teach in the classroom. And the hand, how the teacher can able to really manage the classroom activities. 3H are missing. So without regular teachers' involvement, we cannot expect India education system would be inclusive. Many times special educators are the danger to the inclusion. Because whenever they would go to the regular schools, the head teacher say, oh, that teacher has come. Send them to that person. So there is a lot of segregation has been created. I think it is important we don't have a inclusive education policy or proper roadmap in hand, which is very, very important to have. When you talk about the health, we're talking about inclusive health. So you look at the curriculum in the MBBS curriculum, they have been experienced how to take care of health aspect of person with disability, particularly those who cannot explain their health problem. So yeah. They only read about the classification, the types and all the things, but exactly real problem is that it's not ever. Employment, what kind of employment, how, whether the RCI over the years has failed to introduce a course in vocational training for the person with disability. We are not preparing any manpower who could be really looking after the vocational training of the person with disability. We have skill council and everything, but we don't have a certified person who can look after the job training of the person with disability. So if the training aspect is not taken care, how we can expect they will make good product, marketing, placement, and so many. Social security. whether the question of the parents, what is after me, after us, there is no answer. There is no answer. When the parents would be old enough, who will look after their son or daughter having intellectual disability? There is no answer. So if you want to create an inclusive community, we need to have certain things very inclusive, also need to create something exclusive kind of programs to support those who are in need.
Absolutely so. Really. So, Dr. Vandana, just continuing with what Sir is saying, yes, at Special Olympics, we do have inclusive youth programming, but we also have a very focused athlete leadership training, which is what is happening these days. So, yes, some kind of focused support is required. Dr. Vandana, with your inclusive environment and with you doing so much to make it inclusive over there, have you observed, and MBCN really being a success story, have you observed any so-called barriers, and have you brought about solutions where the youth or the students of the school without intellectual disabilities have been actively engaged in bringing about those solutions? Has there been a situation like this?
Yes. I'm not a very big fan of inclusion. I'm sorry. Because we have faced so many challenges, and blaming teachers of regular school, we can't blame them because they are not equipped with skills to address individual needs or individual issues of every disability. There are 21 disabilities mentioned in National Trust. Even as special educators, I'm a special educator for intellectual disability. I cannot address any issue for autism or deaf children with hearing impairment unless I get the additional training required for that. So how can we expect a regular school teacher to address, to be aware of every issue, and they're not equipped? So yes, that sir has rightly pointed out that in the training it should have been included. So coming back to your point, challenges, yes, challenges were lack of interest in participation from regular schools. If we need to conduct any unified game or inclusive activity or any fun activity for that matter, availability of adapted equipments for our students, that's a challenge. And mostly what we are doing in our school, we are not going to other regular schools. As a special school, we have 550 students in our school, but we have dedicated departments of each disability. We have a section for deaf, we have a center for autism, we have a center for intellectual disability, we have a center for multiple disabilities, we have a center for national open schooling. So what we are doing for inclusion, we are letting our students with intellectual disability play with students with hearing impairment. We consider our deaf students as regular students, non-disabled, because physically, intellectually, they are normal. And thankfully, our school staff, team members, professionals, and all students, they know sign language. Not only for children with hearing impairment, all students know sign language because they are friends. They are spending time together. Each and everybody is interacting with everyone.
Right.
So as a unified team, we are taking deaf children with ID, and that's how we are successfully running your unified sports. And you can say if it can be considered as inclusion, sir, children with hearing impairment playing with students with other disabilities.
It is inclusion.
So
Inclusion is
that's how we are running our programs. But of course, inclusion is important, and we are, making progress toward that. We expect other regular schools to come up, and hopefully, we will be able to convince their authorities and students and parents to come and play with our students, hopefully. But till then, we have to make other arrangements, maximum utilization of our available resources. Then
So that's how we are doing it.
absolutely. In fact,
And
yeah,
the other challenge was availability of adapted equipments.
okay.
I mean, adapted equipments, we are using our local vendors and our team members to make adaptations for non-available equipments like club throw. It was not available back then.
Right.
Floor ball sticks, ball with holes, puck or floor hockey. So solution we took for the same were adaptations by our own team or with the help of our local vendors. And we have adapted physical education program with us. So programs are essential for providing children with disability with personalized fitness exercise. Other program we are following is individualized physical education program. It has to be individualized like any other educational program. Our sports or Special Olympic programs are also individualized. And Special Olympic Young Athlete Program, Chitra ma'am has beautifully explained benefits of Young Athlete Program. And I'm in love with the program since it was introduced. So Young Athlete Program is a mandatory part of our curriculum, individualized curriculum for every child of that age group. It's a beautiful program. So that's why we are following it since then. And MATP Motor Activity Training Program and Student Council. Student
Okay.
Council is within the school, but it is something like your Youth Activation Program.
Yes.
And I can proudly share that Asia Pacific Input Council member Shrey Chaudhary is our student. Delhi Input Council member Tushar, Dipanshu, Arushi Sharma, Shivam Verma, they are our student. UP Input Council member Shivam is our student. So we are encouraging them to go out and I mean, if they can become leaders and icons or models for other students, why not?
Absolutely. You just named our National Youth Leadership Council members. They are all from there. So we have them all potential.
Am I sounding like a, proud parent?
So
Sorry
you're
for
making
that.
us all feel very proud. You're really making us all feel very proud. So that's fabulous sharing, really enjoying every bit of it. But we've already crossed our time. Sorry, we've already crossed our time. And with that, we're coming to the last question. And I would like to ask Atsi ma'am that okay, we hear about the National Education Policy 2020. We hear of so many things. We hear the RPWD Act 2016. All of those things, and they run into a lot of pages and they have a lot of guidelines and all that. I might not be knowing all of it, most of it, in fact. But let's talk about the essence of all this, whether it's an act or whether it's a policy. Is the spirit of these documents, really rolling out at your Rainbow Center or on ground generally, do you think, or is there lots to be done?
Ma'am, before I come to this, can I take an extra bit of time just to continue with what Vandana ma'am was saying?
Yes, yes, of course.
I really appreciate what your school is doing. I really appreciate what Jasprit ma'am's school is doing. And I agree that all children cannot be blindly included. It does not, there are children who do not receive as expected from inclusion. I'll just give you an example because I want everybody to know that there's a person from Netherlands who visited us recently and he's a special educator there. He works for a school for children with autism only. And he told me that my school is a warm bath. A warm bath is considered the most relaxing thing in this world. And he said that our endeavor is to make our school like a warm bath for children. I said, then we are just poles apart. My endeavor is not to make this school a warm bath for my children with autism or with any other disability. Every day we are putting regulated demands on these children. Every day we are putting demands on staff members to educate and learn, to parents, and most importantly, to the neurotypical peers to understand what is this child all about. Our classrooms are a representation of society. And our endeavor is to mainstream this child so that he can become an active and participating member of the society. And in this process, yes, we put regulated demands, but yes, we are pushing each and every day, and we produce success stories. So I would not say that, I mean, only special schools should be there or only inclusive schools should be there. Like sir said, there are many inclusive schools which actually end up harming children because they put a segregation there that, okay, this child belongs to that teacher, which should not be happen. And what we need to do is sensitize more and more people. Maybe rehabilitation professionals like us need to take the next step for our own learning, because there are a lot of roadblocks and lot of mental blocks in our heads also, which we go around propagating everywhere. Now coming to what Raman ma'am was asking me, yes, that is a very relevant question. We all understand, we all know that NEP emphasizes upon changing the culture of the entire school or organization and to include children in all spheres. There's an entire chapter dedicated to disability inclusion. How it is rolling up on grounds? Yes, first of all, we are no longer working on the charitable and sympathetic model. Now with the coming of NEP and RPWD Act, it has become our right. We are no longer asking for equality. We want equity. Give me what I want. Address my needs and give me what I want. Please do not think that you're doing a favor to me. This is my right as prescribed in the policy. What very interesting thing I have seen in the past 1 year, since I go to a lot of sensitization workshops regarding NEPs also, I have attended 3 programs wherein people who are not working in the field are educating people who are not rehabilitation professionals and talking about inclusive education. And trust me, it has a very different impact. अक्सी मैम का तो काम ही यही है कि यही बताते रहना कि बच्चों को इंक्लूड करो. But when it comes from a person who's not working in the field of rehabilitation, like for instance, we recently had a sports day, and there was Miss Anita Nagar. I'm not sure if you know her. She's a deputy sports officer in the UP administration, Gautam Budh Nagar. She was speaking about sports and the relevance of sports in schools. After a while, substantial amount of time, she spoke about including children with special needs in the regular school programs. And coming from her, it would have a very, very different impact on everybody who's listening. So what NEP has done is that it has opened the discussion to everybody, not just rehabilitation professionals talking to rehabilitation professionals. Everybody is talking. I'm not sure if many of you are aware that CBSE has come up with a framework, SQAAF. It's a school quality assurance and assessment framework where the schools are supposed to do a self-assessment and a score of 1 to 4 is given to the schools. In this assessment, there is a whole domain of inclusive practices which has 10% weightage in a school. So now this change could only NEP could bring. And to meet that 10%, the schools have to be inclusive. Special educators, good quality special educators have to be hired, and more important is that special educators have to be led to do their work. Because many a times we face this issue that special educators are doing everything other than special education. So now it has become very, very important for schools also to project their inclusive practices. To figure in the self-assessment scale at number 1 or 2, we need to evaluate ourselves. And all these changes have come after NEP. So yes, having said all that, I come from an international school and I'm sitting here between very learned people in a world-class university. As we were just discussing with Chitra ma'am, maybe 100 miles away, there is an area where is completely untouched by NEP, where the rural sectors of UP, where there are no significance and no sensitizations, and people like her are working on the ground level, which I really, really appreciate. So, I mean, India survives in many centuries at the same time. There are people living in 21st century and there might be people living in the 19th century also. So, tools like and policies like NEP are very, very important, and all of us need to educate ourselves and spread the policy and the the empowerment that we have been recently given. And we are making the most use of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At that very positive note, I think every part of the society is doing their bit. It's just taking time. But the point is that at a very positive note, we conclude this panel discussion and we all are full of gratitude to our panelists, Neeraj, Aksi ma'am, Amitabh sir, Dr. Vandana and Palm sitting over there. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for being such a patient audience and also contributing to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raman ma'am, for moderating such a wonderful panel discussion. Now it's the time for felicitation of the wonderful speakers who have graced this panel discussion and shared their insightful thoughts on efforts cannot be made in isolation, synergy and acceptance as the key. Now I request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari madam to kindly felicitate Dr. Amitabh Mishra sir.
We can all come down.
Now I request madam to felicitate Dr. Vandana Sharma ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I request madam to felicitate Miss Aksi Naqvi ma'am. Now I request ma'am to felicitate Miss Neeraj. Our international speaker, Miss Pam, is online. I would request Miss Raman ma'am to kindly accept the memento in favor of Miss Pam. Miss Pam, it has been wonderful listening to you online. And last but not least, I request Dr. Jayanti Pujari ma'am to felicitate Miss Raman, the key moderator of this wonderful panel discussion. A loud round of applause for ma'am. Thank you once again to all the panelists for this wonderful discussion. And dear participants, you have got a lot of points to ponder over lunch. So now we break for lunch. We request you to all kindly gather back in half an hour. The participants are requested to move to the F3 foyer and the dignitaries to the lounge. We meet back immediately after half an hour for the sessions to continue. We thank all the participants for sticking to the time and finishing lunch right on time so that we can begin our session. We are beginning with our 7th session now. Requesting all participants to kindly settle down. Session number 7 is titled as Developing Inclusive Health System and its impact on sports. This session will be handled by Dr. Karthikeyan Ramachandran, Principal Investigator, Rosemary Collaboratory and Associate Professor, Department of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation, SRM Medical College Hospital and Research Center, SRM University. Dear participants, I now take the privilege to introduce Sir. Dr. Ramachandran is a medical officer who has played a major role to the Special Olympics Bharat contingent at the Special Olympics World Summer Games 2023 in Berlin, Germany, held from 17 to 25th June 2023. His work has been highly awarded and recognized. Dr. Ramachandran has displayed exceptional expertise and dedication in providing healthcare support to the athletes with intellectual disabilities. Dr. Ramachandran ensured the well-being and safety of all the participants throughout the event, further cementing his reputation as a compassionate and skilled healthcare professional committed to serving the marginalized communities. We are indeed honored to have Dr. Ramachandran here with us, and I now take the opportunity to invite Sir for his session titled as Developing Inclusive Health Systems and its Impact on Sports. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Unless you stop, I'll keep telling good afternoon. Right. So, your kind attention, please. So, I know that it's very difficult to be awake after the postprandial session. You have the privilege of, if you want to sleep, you can sleep, but don't snore. Okay. Right. So, I am giving you this privilege. So, as a deal, you have to be receptive to me who are all awake. Right. So, thanks for kind introduction. I forgot. Right. So, it is indeed a pleasure for me to be in this wonderful campus amidst all of you. So, my session on developing inclusive health system and its impact on sports. So, I know that it's in a very primitive stage. So, after these long years, so I need all your support, cooperation, contribution for making a holistic healthcare for all the special people in our community. So I would like to say that what is the definition of health? Definition of health is not just the absence of disease. Health is a state of complete physical, mental and social well-being and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So what is the International Classification of Functioning, ICF? As you all know, the ICF mentions as International Classification of Impairments, Disabilities and Handicaps. First part defines disability as any restriction or lack of ability resulting from impairment to perform any activity within the range considered as normal for a human being. Later it was revised in 2001 as impairment, activities limitation and participation restrictions, where disability is an umbrella term which includes all these three components. So this was the revision that was happened in 2001. When I was going through the WHO data, The WHO Global Action Plan for Disabilities is to achieve optimal health, functioning, well-being and human rights for all disabled. Again, the UNCRPD states that persons with disabilities have the right to the enjoyment of highest attainable standard of health without discrimination on the basis of disability. So these are all the background that is being set by the international agencies. After all this, globally the WHO estimates that more than 1 billion people suffer any form of disability and further expected to increase 2 billion by 2030. So this is the data which is present there in the website of World Health Organization. Nearly 240 million children in the world today have some form of disability, and to my surprise, 1 in 10 of all children worldwide have disabilities. This I came through in one article, then I wanted to verify. The UN homepage says this: 1 in 10 children worldwide live with disabilities. So this is the gravity, intensity, extent of the problem what we have in front of us. So we need to know how far we have to travel, then only we can plan for our transport and mode of transportation. So this is the extent of the problem what we have in our community. Then coming to our country, so this is the WHO says what is there in the whole world. Then coming to our country, the UNCRPD, as per the UNCRPD, the RPWD Act, they have increased the number of disabilities from 7 to 21, which happened in 2016. So this you should have it in mind. I have certain differences in tagging of disabilities, which I will discuss, right? So in order to have a dissection of what is the data that is present in our country, unfortunately, we have the data what we took in 2011. Okay, so previously we had one decadal transformation between 2001 to 2011, and now we are in 2024. So we have a long way to go, and there are a lot of transitions happened within this 2011 to 2024. So as per the census 2011, the proportion of disabled people is 2.21% of total population, as Chitra ma'am was mentioning. So it is out of 121 crore people, we have 2.68 crore people. So this is the amount of individuals, marginalized or special people who are craving for your attention, who are craving for your expertise and skill sets. So this you should always have in your mind. Beyond any differences between us, we all should stand together and serve for this important 2.68 crore. Again, when there was a census in 2001 and 2011, there is a decadal growth. Totally, the disabled population has increased by 22.4%. So between 2021 to 2011, the number of disabled was 5 to 7, and there was a transition of 22.4%. But in 2016, from 7 to 21, right? And a lot of urbanization, even the social norms have changed. So definitely, we cannot take up the data of 2011 for planning in 2024. So we are in the urgent need of, first, we should know what is the problem in front of us. So that is very, very important. So among them, 17% of disabled population is in 10 to 19 years, and 16% of them are in the age 20 to 29. So 17 plus 16, around 33 is the target population whom we have to really take care of. There is another proportion 0 to 6 that is there. But really, as they say that the impact of sports, so this 17% of 10 to 19 and 16% of 20 to 29. So this is the target population whom we have to address. So 33% of the total disabled. Among them, Again, the type of disability we have, again, when they took the census in 2011, mental retardation, mental illness, and any other. A lot of ambiguity. So it really, it's very difficult where even the surveyor or the person who takes the data, there will be a lot of bias in mentioning this, where it is mental retardation, where it is mental illness. In any other, I will tell you what is included. I strongly suspect the validity of this data. Sorry for this. Again, being the disability as a state subject, we have 2.68 crore all over the country, but they are dispersed with the different states in the country. And being disability as a state subject, each and every state will not have the same form of priority, allocation, implementation. So the central government gives a minimum mandate or the advisory, because it cannot be put it as an act or a law, mandate law, but it is they can only advise as minimum mandate. It is up to the state government to prioritize and allocate the budget and implement the various schemes. So when we see that, even in India, out of this 2.68 crores, where their maximum is 4 states, namely Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Maharashtra, and West Bengal, together have the burden of more than 50% of the disabled children. So anybody who is from any of these 5 states, have a special attention to this. Again, status of school attendance of disabled population between 5 to 19 years. They say that 61% of disabled children aged 5 to 19 years are only attending the educational institution. So 61, 100 minus 61 is, that is the, yes, that is the 39% are not attending any institution, and say that as per census 2011, 54% of disabled children were with multiple disabilities, and 50% of the children with mental illness never attended educational institutions. They go to educational institutions, hospitals, only for getting disability certificate. Otherwise, they won't go. So this is the pattern of problem that is in front of you. The highest percent of disabled children presently attending educational institution is from Goa, Kerala, followed by Maharashtra and Lakshadweep, and not attending is highest in Nagaland and followed by Assam. So this is the regional disparity, statewide disparity that is there in the pattern of disabilities. Again, this is the bar diagram that is showing that Nagaland has the highest amount of disabled children not attending any education institutions. Among persons with disability, only 28.8% had certificate of disability. This again, everywhere, state government, central government, everywhere there is a separate office saying that they are giving a disability certification. But even the government itself has said in 2011, that only 28% had the certificate of disability. So these are all the things seriously we have to introspect. I have taken only from the government document, nothing more than that. And if data from latest National Family Health Survey are considered, India's population of people with disability has reduced to 1% between 2019 and 2021. Again, as a rehab physician, I strongly question this, because between 2011 and 2024, there is in 2016, the number of disabilities has increased. Then obviously, the proportion of disability has to increase, right? So, but they say that it is 1%, it has decreased. So all these things, as specialists, as experts, we need to strongly deliberate on this, and we have to give representations to the government. Then this is the background. Just I want to set the problem statement. What is there in front of us? What is the problem in front of us, right? Okay. So we know that 2.68 crore, and we have 5 states with more amount of disabilities, and almost 40% not attending education, and 28% don't have certificates. So these are all the things which should come into your mind when we say that there should be an inclusion in health, right? I'll restrict only to the sports, because health has different dimensions, right? So when it comes to sports, the children or persons to be given ideal growth and development, assessed for sports skills and improve them. This is among this cohort of 33%. The children would be either we have to select them or observe their skills and put them into a sports by training them. The other division would be already they are an established athlete and we have to improve, refine their skills. So these are all the two divisions of a cohort whom we are going to address. Childhood disabilities, the issues are dynamic, constantly changing as they grow. This is the one pain point what we are facing. Because when an adult with a disability, a stroke or a spinal cord injury or a post polio residual paralysis, they know what is what. They are not able to move, they are not able to defecate, they are not able to urinate. All this, to a certain extent, their disabilities or impairments are defined. Children, as they grow, when they are exposed to different social environment, the expression of impairment or disability keeps on changing. That gives the unpleasant surprises to the parents. So we should properly sensitize the parents what their child nature is and how they are going to tackle based on their transitions in life. The preferences of a child will not be same as it goes as an adolescent or a teenager or an adult. So it keeps on changing. So the manifestation, the expression of the disability will keep on changing, where beyond, apart from the child, the parents has to be sensitized. Managing disabilities in children versus managing children with disability. This is very, very important. Managing, most of the time when they see a child, they will see only the disability. What they will do, have you taken the disability certificate? Have you got the wheelchair? Have you got any other enrolled with the schemes? Only they will see the child as the ID tag of a disability. But apart from the child as such has a lot of other problems. The child will have lifestyle diseases. It need to be vaccinated properly. It need to be grown up with ideal body weight. There is a prevention of lifestyle diseases. There is no data anywhere in the world what is the prevalence incidence of coronary artery disease among special children or the persons with disabilities. So everybody sees only as disabled, but they don't see the other aspects as they are human beings and they are vulnerable to other diseases, right? So when we say as inclusiveness in terms of healthcare, education, accessibility, social support and security, legal support and employment. So these are all the broad areas which since morning they were discussing about. This is the crux of my presentation. So any rehabilitation happens with the two models, social model and the medical model. The social model takes care of all other, their societal life, what is their socio-economic status, their provision of okay. My time is running. That's why right. So social model and the medical model. This is the one which I want to highlight this. Any rehabilitation, there should be a close interaction of the social model and the medical model. Social model is the improving their socio-economic status, providing them rehab aids, disability certifications. All these are happening in a very nice way. I really appreciate. But when it comes to the integration with the medical model, there is a big. I'll tell you one example. A child, when I went to assessment camp, okay, they were telling that the child was always sitting in the front bench to observe the board, and he never listens. And even when we say that you sit on the third or a fourth bench, the child will say that no, I'll go. Even whether without saying, it will come and sit. So they say that he's always never listens. They attribute as a behavioral issue. To my surprise, I happened to see the manifestations of vitamin A deficiency. When we give a course of vitamin A drops, the child improved. And even when we made the child to sit in the third bench, he was able to sit. Actually, it was not the behavioral issue. It was vitamin A deficiency causing a deficiency in its vision. Once vitamin A drops was given, the child became all right. So there is, I would say that there is a gap between the social model and the healthcare professionals, the medical model, that is very, very important. For some reasons, on both extents, they are not coming together. To my surprise, when I inquired, most of the national institutes don't have a full-time doctor. So that is how it goes, right? So this integration is very, very important. Medical model, what are all the core duties are vaccination, nutrition, periodic medical screening, early detection and managing medical problem. So all these things are very, very important. Then coming to medical model, again, these many stakeholders are there, like pediatrician, neurologist, rehab physician, ortho surgeon, and we have a group of allied health professionals. Social and medical model not coming together, and even among the medical professionals, medical model, these guys are not coming together. So this is the problem. There is no one is superior, inferior, nothing like that. We all work for one objective to take care of our children or a person. That's it, right? So I always advocate that there should be a proper orientation of disability studies for medical graduates. Now the NMC has come with one module of disabilities in MBBS curriculum, but NMC never objected if something more to be taught for the MBBS graduates. So NMC gives only a minimum mandate. So what we have done in our SRM, we have proposed to start a value added course. For value addition, anybody can do up to their priorities. So we have started a value addition course for regarding the sensitization of disabilities for the specialists MBBS and who are all the people who are associated. Like for example, hearing impaired, the ENT surgeon should know. For pediatricians, neurologists, they should know all about the other disabilities. So we are planning one value added course for the relevant specialities to know about the disabilities. That is, even morning it was mentioned, that is the sorry fact that most of the medical specialists do not know what exactly the children are going through, including me before my acquaintance with Special Olympics, right? So what are the barriers that is for inclusiveness? Mainly we categorize as architectural barriers, attitude and knowledge among the stakeholders. Somehow these architectural barriers are being taken care of by the mandate from NABH or UGC, NAC, somehow it is being taken care of. Again, these architectural barriers, when we see most of these regulating agencies, they keep framing these guidelines, keeping locomotor disabilities in their mind, right? Or else visually impaired or hearing impaired. But the problems of intellectually disabled is entirely different, which is not being thought of while framing this curriculum. And also it is very difficult to frame a legal framework because the issues with intellectual disability is entirely different, which cannot be generalized at all, right? So it is up to the person who is facing. Second is the attitude and the knowledge among the stakeholders. This is very, very important. This is very, very important. To a certain extent, the parents or the caregivers, they are sensitized, but the very forceful efforts are being should be taken for the healthcare professionals, especially the doctors or the physiotherapists, occupational therapists. Everybody has to be sensitized properly. This is the very important job which has to be done to accomplish the inclusiveness. So what exactly we have to do? What are the jobs in front of us now? We need to create a data on disability, presence of guidelines and legal framework on healthcare facilities to make it more disabled friendly, availability of comprehensive rehab services in hospital, and need for decentralization of rehab services. That is very important. So now the government is attempting in Tamil Nadu, they are attempting to decentralize at district taluk levels, and now they have started one scheme called Makkale Thedi Maruthuvam, where the healthcare professionals go to their home and give their advice. most of them are the primary healthcare workers, physiotherapists, they go, and we need to see what is the efficiency of it over a period of time. So provision of customized protocol and medical management. This is very important because when we say that you go eat less, it's very difficult. I have seen one child which will touch the plate to eat only after seeing 3 eggs. So every day he eats 3 into 3, 9 eggs. The mother gives him 9 eggs at least to make him eat. And again on the other end, we will say that you should exercise daily. You should go and walk. The child is sometimes wheelchair bound or the child is reluctant to do exercises. Then we cannot put forward these ready-made protocols for our children. So we need to customize, for which we experts should sit together and see what best we can do so that these lifestyle diseases, because the children will not be the children always. As they grow, everybody will get into diabetes, hypertension, coronary artery disease, and nothing prevents our children when they grow into adulthood not to get these diseases. So children are not always children. So when they grow into adult, it is our responsibility to make sure that they don't get into adulthood lifestyle diseases. So that is very important. For example, when I was asking whether the child is taken to school every day. He said, previously he was small child. I used to take him on my waist and take him to school. Now the child has grown old. The child has grown heavy and the mother has grown old. Now she is not able to carry the child putting on weight and the mother getting old. The indirect implication is deprivation of education. So all these things, direct and indirect consequences, we need to carefully evaluate and make sure that we are giving them a holistic care. Integration and coordination of rehab support system with sports training. So all these things I was mentioning about, first they should be healthy, then they can put into sports. It's a vicious cycle. Again, involving them into sports, that will take care of their mental and physical well-being. So integration and coordination of rehab support system with sports training, both in terms of cognitive and physical training. In Special Olympics, I always emphasize that we need to have a special program for cognitive training that will improve their sports performance. And above all is the health expenditure. Most of the time, though the government is spending a lot through the insurance, various insurance schemes, but still there is little lag in penetration of insurance schemes, and when the family is attempting to spend, they end up with a lot of catastrophes. There is an entity called catastrophic expenditure, because in India there is no practice of going into insurance. Even if you want to go to insurance, no private insurance gives insurance for disabilities and rehabilitation. With this, I will finish. So in census, coming to the most important is data on disability. So because we need to validate the data, in 2011, there was 8 disabilities. So this was the question that was asked, and among them, mental retardation, mental illness, and any other. So there are a lot of ambiguity between these 3 entities. When you carefully see the any other, disabilities like autism, etc. So what do they mean? See, anything which they are not able to diagnose, which they are not able to tag, they will put it as autism. So this is the area where this time when they are contemplating for a census, the top experts of everyone, stakeholders involved in rehabilitation, they should give a representation to the government that we all should sit together and make this questionnaire. Okay. I'll skip this. Right. So at last, every year 3.5% of Indian population becomes impoverished and 5% face catastrophic expenditure. What do you mean by catastrophic expenditure? Is more than 40% of non-food spending or more than 10% of household expenses. So I have seen people who have lost everything in front of ICU rooms. A patient will be put into ICU, they have sold everything and their whole lifestyle got changed just because of one hospital admission. Even for you all, please take health insurance. I'm not from any health insurance company. Please, I would advise that take good health insurance. So important things to do. Okay, I think I have kept your word. Thank you. Coordinated, comprehensive teamwork among all the stakeholders involved in healthcare for special children. It is very important. We have to create valid, authentic data, updated data on disabilities, infrastructure and healthcare facilities to be more disabled friendly, customized health programs, protocols, SOPs for persons with disabilities. We have to create awareness among medical fraternity on the importance of disability studies, active participation of physiatrists, that is physical medicine and rehabilitation. Hardly it is, though the number of specialists is very less. We are trying our best from our specialty to take part in this disability evaluation and management. Sensitize policy makers on healthcare delivery for disabled. That is very important. Then policy makers, politicians, bureaucrats, they need to be sensitized. And to form a financial model, insurance for healthcare of special children. So exclusively and effective health insurance, both from the government. Government is there. We need to emphasize or persuade the private insurance companies to give a good comprehensive health insurance for all the disabled children. Thank you all. 240. Thank you. They gave me a paper.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting about the importance of inclusive healthcare for children with disabilities. You have also rightly highlighted the role of medical specialists and allied health professionals. Sir also mentioned about the importance and need of sensitizations of health professionals, which is a key need of the hour. And once again, we are highly grateful to you, sir, for taking this wonderful session and, as you mentioned, right on time. Now, I would request Miss Chitra Shah ma'am and Miss Mukta ma'am to kindly present the memento recognizing the wonderful session taken by Dr. Ramachandran sir. A huge round of applause for Dr. Ramachandran for his wonderful session and key points. Thank you, dignitaries.
Please don't ask difficult questions. Yes. Someone lifted their. No. Okay, fine, right. Thank you. As there is no questions, happily I am leaving now. Thank you.
Thank you once again, sir. Before moving on to the next session, a quick important update for the CRE participants. Please note that the link for the Google form having your evaluation questions for day 2 will be shortly shared in the WhatsApp group. So please keep a check on that and kindly fill up the evaluation form by 5 o'clock today. I repeat, at 5 p.m. we'll be closing the link for the evaluation. For the CRE participants, it is a must that they fill the evaluation form for day 2 and submit the same. Now we are moving on to the next pertinent session, that is session number 8 of day 2, Parent Partnership in Inclusion. And this session will be taken by Professor Dr. Juan. She will be joining us online along with Professor Clara. I would take the opportunity to introduce Professor Juan. Professor Juan, Research Fellow, University of Pretoria and Stellenbosch University. Professor Juan's research looks specifically at severe communication disability as a multi-dimensional construct that arises from the interaction between an individual's health status and their physical, social, and attitudinal environment. Professor Dr. Juan has spearheaded projects to teach women having severe communication disability and has also taught individuals the use of alternative and augmentative communication devices. We are indeed honored to have Professor Dr. Juan amongst us today online. We welcome you, Dr. Juan, to this particular platform, and we all are awaiting your session, and we all will be listening with our full heart, head, and mind to you. Over to you, Professor Dr. Juan.
Well, good morning. I hope that you can. Oh, it's good afternoon in India. Sorry. Good morning in South Africa. Good afternoon in India. And thank you very much for those kind, welcoming words. It really is an absolute pleasure to be able to be here and to join you virtually. I'm going to try and share my screen.
Yes,
there we go. I hope that you can all see my presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. We can all see it.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, so it really is a very big honor and privilege for me to be speaking to you about a topic that I think is so important and one that we often don't pay enough attention to, and that is to how we can form partnerships with parents and look at how they can help us to drive our mission of including young persons with intellectual disabilities as well. So I cannot claim by any means that I did this project by myself. It is a very large project. And therefore, I would like to just say thank you very much to all of the other people who had been involved in this project. So specifically, Dr. Clara Weppener, who worked with me as my project coordinator. Unfortunately, Clara is lecturing to our students at the moment, so she couldn't join, but she sends her regards. To Dr. Martin Kidd, who was the statistician who worked on the project, and then a whole range of different people who acted as the advisory committee. And very important here that we also had Miss Cherie Breinard, who is a young person with Down syndrome. She is the chairperson of Down Syndrome International at the moment. And it was really very fortunate to have her as one of the informants on the group. And there you will then see that this project, I'm going to be speaking primarily about 3 of the 5 countries that were involved in this project, and that is India, Pakistan, and South Africa. And I would like to really highlight specifically India and South Africa's contribution, because I think that is the most interesting and the most pertinent to this specific conference at the moment. And for the Indian colleagues, I would like to specifically thank Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Dr. Ajit Kumar, and Dr. Rahul Kumar, who have been a great source of assistance and help. And they were primarily responsible for helping with all of the collection of the data in India, and then also for Special Olympics Bharat, and specifically they Mukta Nareen and Shitra Shah, who have been invaluable in just providing us with so much contextual information and helping us understand what this data was all about and how we could interpret the results. So first of all, I have to say that I bring greetings from South Africa. You can see that I am here at the University of Stellenbosch. So that is very much at the southern point of South Africa, approximately 9,271 kilometers from where you are. I saw on Google that if I decided to walk from my place to your place, it would take me 3,323 hours. So Google recommends a 14-hour flight would be better. And I think this is also because of having to move over so many different time points. But seeing that this is a conference where we will also be speaking about specifically the role of sport, and how sport facilitates inclusion, I couldn't resist but having to share with you that that I know Dewald Brevis because Dewald actually attended the same school, the Afrikaanse Hoërseun School, as the school that my two boys attended to. So it has always been fascinating to be able to watch him develop and see how he grew in terms of finding his feet as an international cricket star. And then my other, and I think this is probably more important, my claim to fame is that I live in the same street as another very important cricketer, and that's AB de Villiers. And AB actually also went to this boys' high school in Pretoria. So I know that you can't see all of the faces of the boys there in the front, but there you would find my two boys as well as Dewald, because he attended at the same time as one of my sons. AB was a little bit earlier than that. So I think that is my claim to fame. And now we will get back to the really serious and important information that I have to share regarding this project that we conducted. So why did we do this project? And I think the first important thing is that we know that physical activity is of critical importance for children, and particularly for children with intellectual and developmental disorders. Research has successfully demonstrated the connection between physical activity and cognitive performance, as well as with memory skills, problem solving, and decision making. And we know that by enhancing their physical activities, we see a positive impact on all of these. And I don't need to speak about the importance of these cognitive performance on learning and on scholastic performance. And that, of course, then ultimately impacts on the ability to be employed and to find a job later. These children also have better executive functioning skills when they participate in sport, as well as performing in tasks with greater autonomy. So they are able to regulate their emotions better. And when I show you some of the results, we will actually see exactly how all of this played out in our research. Sport participation also has the potential to positively impact on personal autonomy and disability and the ability to understand rules, social communication skills, because they have to navigate and say, okay, so what are the rules when we are busy with this particular sport activity? Well, I catch the ball and then you catch the ball, or I catch and you kick, or exactly what it is that they will be doing. So we also know that that of course leads to greater community integration, because sport is a binding thing that puts communities into interaction with each other, and that then feeds into inclusion and life satisfaction. We also know that this life satisfaction that impacts also on quality of life is not only at the level of the individual. So it's not only the children's quality of life that's positively impacted, but really the quality of life of the whole family. And then we also know that besides all of these positive impacts that we have seen in these benefits, there's also a significant body of research that focuses on aspects related to health and safety. In this previous presentation, we heard about how important it is to consider these children's health outcomes. And we know that participating in sport can help prevent obesity, and it can also help reduce all of the other health risks associated with weight gain, that it helps to have a stronger body physique, and that has certain positive outcomes. It has increased physical strength and enhanced physical skills. And then very important, and I think post-COVID, this is something that we are seeing a lot of fallout with a lot of young people, is related to anxiety and depression. And we know that through sports participation, anxiety and depression can really be minimized. Now we also know that active physical participation, for example, with engaging in sports engagement, really creates this very virtuous cycle. And the virtuous cycle you will see I put down in green for us, because that really just talks about how it really grows and how it helps. We know that when children are more active, it helps them to grow physically stronger. And when they grow physically more stronger, they become physically more literate. So they understand their bodies better. They know how to push their bodies. They are able to understand what it is that they can do with their bodies. And by knowing more and being more in control of your body, that automatically leads to you becoming more active again. Now, unfortunately, we also have this vicious circle. So that's the one here in red that really points to the opposite of what happens here. We know that if children are not active enough, then they have less opportunities to participate. Those are the children, when kids choose a team to participate in, those are the children that are often not chosen to participate in the team. They're the ones that are more passive, that are not engaged in the sport. And that then leads to them being able to do less. And of course, the less you are able to do, the less active you become again. So it really is important that we try and see how early on we can intervene and try and ensure that we create this virtuous cycle. So the green cycle, think of any possible activities that we can perform to make the children be more active. So if we think then about this specific project that we did, this was really to look at the maternal and child health intervention of the Special Olympics. And here we really wanted to focus on 4 of these specific programs. I'll explain a little bit about what these programs are. And we looked at 5 different countries. So if we think about these specific projects, the first one had to do with a young athletes program. This is a program that is primarily aimed at preschool children or very young children, sort of up until the age of 9. This is also a project that is an inclusive project because we have children with and without disabilities who participate jointly in the Young Athletes program. Then we also had the Healthy Start pediatric screening. So that was to look at all of the different skill areas. So looking at what happens with dental health, what happens with vaccinations, hearing health, visual health. So trying to screen for all of those different aspects. Then we had a few family health forums, and that basically entailed that in the different countries, certain aspects were raised of things that parents were concerned about. So in some of the countries, it had to do with aspects related to nutrition. So how do we choose a healthy meal? What are the considerations? And then parents receive training on that. In some of the other countries, there was a big focus on challenging behavior and what are some of the things that parents can do with helping their children manage their behavior problems. In some of the countries, it had to do with disciplining children. So what were some of the strategies that parents could follow to help with discipline aspects? And then in South Africa, we also had a project that focused on sexual abuse of children with disabilities and what some of the protective factors were that we could put in place to help prevent abuse from taking place with this group of vulnerable young people. And then we also had the Healthy Communities Initiative, where the focus was really on trying to build a broader inclusive initiative around some of the healthy habits related to sport, healthy habits related to nutrition, for example. So when we looked then at the assessment material that we did, we actually used a few different tools. And the one tool was the Vineland that we used, the WABS, version 3 specifically. And there we looked at the domain level scales. And you will see there all of the domains that we included. So we had to look at communication, daily living, socialization, physical activities. And then we also looked at the maladaptive behavior, both the internal and the externalizing ones. You can see there with the Cronbach alphas that all of them were acceptable for the study. And the Vineland was specifically chosen because it is a study, or it is a tool that has been used widely across all of the different countries that were included. So we needed to make sure that we found a developmental test that would be actually applicable in all of these contexts. And then, of course, the field workers who were collecting the data were trained in specifically how to do this. Now, what we did is we used the parent format, and the parent format in the WABS can be conducted independently, but because in some of the countries like South Africa, for example, we have a very high level of illiteracy amongst the parents, so there we decided to rather use the interview format. And because that really provided such a rich way of talking and discussing the children's performance, we decided to then use the interview format across all of the countries. So although the parent form can be done independently, we used it in an interview format across the 5 countries. Then one of the other tools that we used was called the PEAM, and that's the Parent Empowerment and Efficacy Measure. And the reason why we selected the PEAM specifically was because it uses a strength-based approach, and that is really what we wanted to focus on in terms of looking at the parents' functioning. So it focuses on the parents' sense of control and the parents' feelings of their own capacity to engage confidently with the challenges of being a parent. I think all of us in this room who are parents know that being a parent is a tough job. And we don't get good training in how to be a parent. So it's almost like flying a little bit blind. And there we wanted to make sure that for parents of kids with disabilities, where it's even more challenging, how do they feel about their parenting roles? So the PEAM is really designed for use of preschool children and for very young primary school children, and it encourages parents to identify their existing parenting strengths and also to look at all of the influences in the environment, and those environmental influences specifically to look at the ones that either hinder their parenting skills or that help their parenting skills, because we have a very strong philosophy that it's important to focus on the strengths and to see how we can further expand and further strengthen the already existing strengths, rather than only wanting to focus on the negative and all of the challenging aspects. So there are 20 different items, so 20 short questions. For example, there you see question 1. It says, I find it easy to talk to people like teachers, doctors, and nurses about my children. Question 8 says, I can stay calm and manage life even when it's stressful. So seeing the type of questions, it's put out in 2 different subscales. One really talks to the efficacy to parents specifically, and then the other one talks about the efficacy to connect to others. And again, we can see that we had excellent item total correlations, which show that the PEAM was a successful tool to use in these 5 countries. And then when we looked at the Family Health Forum feedback, there it was really very short questions, and it focused on questions related to why the families chose to participate in these family health forums, what their specific expectations were they satisfied with the information that they were receiving, do they think that it impacted on their knowledge and their skills, so do they think that they are more empowered and they can do things differently, and then very importantly, will they refer this to friends? Because we know that if parents feel that they can refer it to the friends, that probably is an indication that they really felt that it was useful and that it could support them. Right, now then, if we look at the process that we followed, of course, like with all research projects, we had to start with the ethics permission. And that was quite a challenge because we first of all had to look at the ethics permission at the University of Pretoria, who were the host institution. And from there also to look at all of the different countries and look at the specific requirements in the different countries. Again, that was where Amity was really specifically fantastic to assist with obtaining that ethics permission. So then we had to look at the material and make sure that we could distribute it to all of the countries, that we translated it in some cases where it was needed, and then to identify and train the data collectors. I'm really very excited about specifically the process that was followed in India, where a group of students were recruited to volunteer in this project. And a very specific program across different levels were followed to actually train these students to help with the data collection. And we are in the process of writing that up as a journal paper. So as soon as that is available, I will also make sure that we share it with the participants in this group if you are interested. Then we did a small pilot study, 5 per country. And then we looked at how to capture the data. We used Qualtrics specifically because we did not want to collect all of this data and then afterwards have to go and feed it in electronically. So we used tablets and we collected it on there. And then very importantly, if one has a very large scale project such as this one, that we had all of these bi-weekly meetings where we really monitored the data collection. So that was an opportunity for all of the people involved in the project just to brainstorm and to put their heads together and to say what the things were that they were finding challenges with, what was working well, what was easy. And we really did a lot of practical problem solving at those cases. Now, I think this is really a very interesting slide because it talks about the sample size, and you can see that we tested 1,385 children with intellectual disabilities. So something like that is really a mammoth task. And you can see we had in yellow, you will see the target numbers that we were trying to look for. And I think the important one again is, if I can highlight India specifically, there we collected the family background data on 773 families, 638 family health forum feedback forms. And then in the PEAM, 1,505 children. And then you can also see how many we collected with the Vineland. And the Vineland is important because there we collected the data pre and post, as well as with the PEAM. So for both of these, we had 2 rounds in which we collected the data. So for 1,480 children, we had Vinelands collected at 2 different intervals. So you can see that the data collection in India, we over-enrolled with approximately 29%, and that was just because we realized that we would always have some attrition and some children fall out. So I think this really shows that we have a large, robust study and that the results are very important and encouraging. So when we look at the participants, and this is a description of the participants overall, we saw that most of them were mothers who assisted us in completing the data. But what was encouraging was that we had at least 30% fathers. So that's almost a third of the population were fathers, and we were really happy about that. And then we also had some other family members, grandparents, siblings, and aunts. If we look at the children, we see that 71% were boys. Approximately 80% had different delayed milestones. 80% were from poor families, and that was defined according to the World Bank standards. So saying that the household income was less than $4 US per day per household. The household sizes differed tremendously across the participants, from 2 to 30 people, but the average was 5. And then we saw that 97% lived with their mothers and 85% lived with both parents. Now, if we look at the age of the children, you will see there that most of the children were sort of between the ages of 4 and 9 years old, and that was because that was the group that we were targeting specifically for the Young Athletes program. And then I think it's also interesting when we look at the disability diagnoses. So as expected, the diagnosis that we saw most commonly was autism spectrum disorder in 28% of the cases, and then just other forms of intellectual disability in 22% of the cases. And that was because that was specifically what we were targeting. Then you will also see that 13% of the children had Down syndrome. So, of course, if we add intellectual disability and Down syndrome, that would make that the largest cohort. But then we also see that 20% of these children had no form of disability, and that was because Young Athletes is an inclusive program. So that could be the siblings, for example, of some of the children who were participating. Okay, and then we also just see some of the other challenges that we had, children with hearing impairment, with CP, and some with behavioral challenges. So if we look then at the type of school that the children attended, by far the majority attended some form of special needs school, but then also a few of them attended a special needs preschool. But mostly for the preschool age, we also see that there were some of the children who were attending a regular preschool. And then we also saw that 5% of the sample size did not attend any form of school and were out of school. I think the next slide is also quite important, looking at the types of therapy that the children received. And this is very encouraging because if we look at and interpret the results of the study, because 70% of these children were not receiving any form of therapy. And therefore, the gains that these children made can be attributed probably to the inclusion of the Special Olympics Young Athletes program. So very quickly, I would like to just show you basically the results from the Vineland. So if we look here, and we look specifically, this one relates to the communication domain. I think the important thing is I don't want to discuss the data from Egypt. We will see that Egypt also had a statistical significant improvement, but that is because the number of participants were very limited. So I'm not going to focus on that. But if we look at India, I think here it really is important that in the pre-test and then the post-test that was at least 8 weeks later, we saw that the children's communication skills improved statistically significant. And now it's important to know that, of course, the intervention wasn't focused at communication, it was focused on sport. But this shows us the impact of sport on communication. Now, the same thing happened with the daily living domain. Here again, we can see that for both Pakistan and India, we saw statistical significant differences between the pre and the post. In South Africa, we did not see this change, and there it was much more of a horizontal pre and post measurement that we received, that we saw, and that is probably because the pre-test were already indicating quite high. Again, in socialization, we see that for both India and for Pakistan, that there was a significant difference. And remember, when I said right in the beginning, we know that sports, participating in sport impacts on socialization. And I think this is exactly what we are seeing with this result. And then, as expected with the physical activity domain, here we saw the changes, and here also in South Africa and in India. In Pakistan, it's interesting that we didn't see the change in the physical domain, and that is probably related to the way in which they conducted the young athletes program. And because it was just post-COVID, a lot of what they were doing was focused on the playrooms and trying to train parents to do this. So this is probably one of the reasons why we didn't see that big change. This is another result that I find extremely encouraging, and here we see that the behavior challenges, that for both South Africa and for India, the behavior challenges decreased, and we saw that with both the external and the internal maladaptive behaviors. Now, this is the results that talk about the parent self-efficacy measures. And here we see that across all of the 4 countries, irrespective of how high the participants started out beforehand, we can see how the parents just started feeling much more empowered, how the parents just rated their own efficacy and feelings about parenting children with intellectual disabilities so much higher post the training. And again, we were not targeting parenting self-efficacy per se. We were focusing on the children's participation in sport, yet this is the outcome that we saw. And then this really just talks about the Family Health Forum results. So I think here the interesting thing is how many of the participants spoke about that they engaged, that they had better increased knowledge and confidence, that they understood their roles more clearly, that they had a much better understanding of what disability was, that they also understood their children's health needs better. That they have a better understanding of the importance of physical exercise, healthy eating, how important that was, and then also in the last instance, have a clearer understanding of what they specifically can expect from their child with disability. Then we did something which is called a personal commitment form, and then we said to the parents, so after this training, what are some of the commitments that you will take up? What were some of the things that you will change in your own behavior? And some of them said that they will seek out more information about their children's health. And we, of course, know that if parents seek out that health information, the impact then is so much greater on all of the other aspects of development, that they will take their children for regular health checkups, that they will try and look at healthier food choices, help their children manage their behavior better, and then very importantly, that they will tell other families. So spreading that role of empowerment, helping these parents to really feel that they are in control and that they really are the experts on their children. So if we think then about just very briefly what the take-home message is from this big study, is that through sport participation, it really positively impacted on the parents' self-efficacy and their feelings of control and capacity to engage confidently with their children in terms of their personal and their child's well-being, their coping skills, how to build a relationship. And this building a relationship was not only with their child, but was also with all of the practitioners in the environment. So the nurses, the doctors, the teachers, for example, and also feeling that they could be more empowered in terms of their communication skills. And then if we look at the results from the Vineland, particularly for the data collected in India, which was really very solid and very strong data because, as I said earlier, of the way in which the persons were trained who were collecting the data, we saw that the children's skills increased in communication, daily living, socialization, and in the physical domain, and then very importantly, that we saw a big decrease in maladaptive behavior. So that really is a worldwide, very brief tour through this data that we had of this large scale study that we did. So I hope that you found that interesting and insightful, and we will also disseminate the results once the study is published. Right, so I can stop sharing there, and if there are any specific questions, I might be able to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And for describing the large scale study of the 5 states in a very, very descriptive way. And all the participants must have really received all the, they must be motivated to do more research, because in the morning session we have told them we should do research and all. First of all, thank you so much for joining us online. And this 2 days conference was really, yours is just a icing of this 2 days conference. It was very good. Thank you so much. Anybody? Paris? I think it was so descriptive, and they all enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I hope that we have much more opportunities to further collaborate and to unpack this data. Thank you once again for inviting me. Thank you.
And your memento will be, when I will meet you, I'll give you, I'll just show you your memento, and then I will just hope I'll meet you one day and I will give it to you. Please show that to Juan. Juan, you please receive it.
Oh, thank you. Now I have a reason to come and visit in India and make sure that I collect my memento. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear participants, now we all need to proceed to the yoga hall for the last and final session, after which we'll meet for the valedictory, which will be the final beautiful conclusion for the 2-day event. So kindly proceed to the yoga hall. You all are requested to come back on time. That is, reach here by 3:55 p.m. so that at 4 p.m. sharp we can start with the valedictory.
Whatever your queries, you can ask also. Okay, please come inside. And please side there will come back. Yes, sir. Yeah, please. We will validation will be very short. Not very short, or the certificate will be given. Please come. Kindly proceed to the yoga hall so that we start on time and for able to come back. Because the post training is taking place there. AIRS students to be seated here only. AIRS students all to be seated here only. Didi, तुम लोग जाओगे उधर? You and क्या नाम है?
I'm not carrying my cards.
No issue.
आपका नंबर पे
हाँ मेरा है मोबाइल मेरा
Yes. तो आपने अपना मैसेज भेज दीजिए. Hello, ma'am.
You belong to this place, no?
I'm born and brought up in San Francisco. So originally I'm from Kansala. My parents are from now my brothers are in Sarai area, Sundarpur, my in-laws are from but since I'm back from UK, I'm in Noida. So you can guess where I belong to which place. कल हम उनको बड़े अच्छे डिस्कशन बहुत अच्छे डिस्कशन
बता रही थी बड़ा
नहीं वही 5 बजे गई तो बहुत सारी चीजें जो
A very warm welcome to one and all present at the valedictory function of the 2 days International Conference on Inclusion Through Sports in collaboration with Special Olympics Bharat with CRE status accredited by the Rehabilitation Council of India. May I please now request Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Dr. Silvamurthy Sir, Dr. F.K. Srivastava, Dr. Jayanti Pujari and Dr. Pallavi Chauhan to kindly present a sapling and a memento to our Honorable Chief Guest Sri Vikas Trivedi, Member Secretary, Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi, as a token of gratitude. With a huge round, we welcome Sri Vikas Trivedi ji at Amity University at the valedictory function of the 2 days International Conference, Inclusion Through Sports. Can we keep the applause going on? It's a moment of great pride. We have the member secretary today amidst us at the valedictory function. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. May I please now request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Dean and Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, to kindly address the August gathering and present the report of the 2 days International Conference on Inclusion Through Sports. Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, please.
Good evening, honorable guests, respected senior members of AUUP, esteemed participants, all officials of Special Olympics Bharat, resource persons and panelists, a very good evening to one and all. On behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to this valedictory functions of this International Conference on Inclusion Through Sports in collaboration with Special Olympics Bharat and CRE status accredited by Rehabilitation Council of India. I am very happy and grateful that so many distinguished educators, psychologists, professionals have shared their knowledge and experiences and groomed our future professionals, and I would like to take this opportunity for my deep appreciation. I would like to place on record my heartfelt gratitude to Almighty and our Honorable Founder President Sir, Chairman AKC Group of Companies, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan Sir. He has a special passion for developmental disability especially. And because of his very important commitment, he could not come and bless you physically. And he has conveyed his good wishes and specially instructed me that the association between you all are not for these 2 days only, but it must take forward we must take forward this association with a lot of collaborative research and training to uplift the status of developmental disability in India. My heartfelt gratitude to our Chancellor, Sri Atul Chauhan sir also. And I also place on record my gratitude to Honorable Malika Nada ma'am, President Special Olympics Bharat, who has very graciously accepted and collaborated with us. With great honor, I welcome our chief guest, Sri Vikas Trivedi, Member Secretary RCI. Welcome sir, and who has held various important positions and working tirelessly to promote inclusion, barrier-free and right-based society. I also welcome our chief guest of honor, Dr. Himanshu Gupta, Member Secretary CBSE, who has joined online, and a hearty welcome to our dear Vice Chancellor Madam, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Dr. Salvamurthy sir, and our mentor, Dr. S.K. Srivastav, and our Joint Director, Pallavi Chugam. I am delighted to present the report of these 2 days international conference report. These 2 days are found to be most productive days with interesting and stimulating deliberations. A total number of 175 participants have attended the program. Among them are 75 are CRE participants, that is the continuing rehabilitation education participants, and others are students of education, special education, psychology and physical education. Out of these 75 CRE participants, 4 are rehabilitation professionals who are also parents, and others are special educators, clinical psychologists, rehabilitation psychologists, counselor and general educator. And they have represented 5 states of northern India, and we had a 2 days experiential learning for this conference. The main objective of this conference is to create a forum of special educators and practitioners to share knowledge, expertise towards promotion of sports through inclusion, to transform the community attitude about persons with disability by highlighting their skills and reducing the tendency to see the disability instead of the person, and also to explore the role of NEP 2020 in fostering sports integrated learning to help students adopt fitness, develop life skills and promote physical and psychological well-being, while also enhancing cognitive abilities. The day 1, the program commenced with an inaugural function on Monday, that is 8th April 2024, and with the lighting of the lamp and Saraswati Vandana, followed by welcome address by Jayanti Pujari, who has welcomed the gathering and introduced the theme of the International Conference on Inclusion through Sports. She mentioned the objective of the 2-day international conference with a major focus to share knowledge and expertise. Then Dr. S.K. Srivastav has highlighted about sportsman spirit and how that shapes an individual's personality, builds confidence in persons with disability, and that society must understand their potential and appreciate it. Dr. Gurinder Singh, Group Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Noida, beautifully highlighted the role and responsibility of the rehabilitation professional to contribute towards the society and the nation. He also concluded by saying that he have motivated all the participants by saying, if you are able to cure the pain of someone, you are contributing to the humanity. Professor Balvinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, addressed the gathering and appreciated the effort and suggested to take sports as a key part player in inclusion. She further encouraged the participants to learn the conceptual structure of the conference and to contribute their part in establishing the Viksit Bharat. Our keynote speaker, Ms. A. Srija, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Education, Government of India, has given the keynote address, and she mentioned that children with disability should not be taken as a responsibility or burden to the family, even they are also the contributor and productive citizen. She appreciated the government's initiative to provide UDID cards to children with disability, which will help them in mainstreaming. She said that NCERT is also taking initiative in developing sports-based curriculum transactions. The other keynote speaker, Mr. Deepak Natali, who has joined virtually, highlighted the benefits of including sports in school and colleges because in his opinion, these are the most functional and impactful ways to make the learning fruitful. After that, Ms. Chitra Shah, in her address, requested all the audience to connect themselves with the objectives of Special Olympics Bharat as all the young athlete coaches and officials follow the same principle of inclusion when they organize sports activity because there are so many learning opportunities for the learners at different levels. Our chief guest, Dr. Sharanjit Kaur, Chairperson, Rehabilitation Council of India, had a mesmerized address and shared her experience and strong bonding with the children with disabilities. She requested everyone to identify their role towards the mainstreaming and upliftment of individuals with disability. She put a suggestion for all the university to handhold each kind of disability from the 21 disability enlisted in RPWD Act 2016. This university will lead in the specific disability to show the path to other organizations in facilitating inclusion to persons with disability. She further voiced that the youth have a big responsibility to re-establish India as a Vishwa Guru in the field of disability. The inaugural function was concluded with a vote of thanks. The next session is a very enriching panel discussion on the theme Developing Effective Partnership of Social Inclusion. There are 5 panelists and I must place on record here that all the 5 panelists are not rehabilitation professionals but they were working for the disability rehabilitation and their attitude, their perception and their commitment is well appreciated. They have done such and they were talking as if they have already 30 years of experience in the disability rehabilitation field. So this makes me understand that if it is not only the rehabilitation professionals who has the commitment, but it is the passion and the interest and your perception to the disability will create our India as an inclusive society. The 5 panelists are Ms. Neha Mathur from Words Work School, Dr. Kalpana Sharma from NIS Patiala, Dr. Amreen Khan from WWF, Mr. Deepak Jan Nayak, Sports Consultant, Mr. Akshay Tyagi, Head of Diversity and Inclusion at the Lalit Hotel, and who has talked about the key features required to establish an effective workspace for the persons with disability. And he has highlighted the space sensitivity and mutual trust with example where also the focal point in his speech as he believes that these are the most important virtues which should be reflected in an inclusive workshop. The next session was a experiential learning session managed by Ms. Sulekha from Special Olympics Bharat and Dr. Ajit Kumar on the topic strengthening social inclusion through sports activity, and this is a practical hands-on activity conducted by them for all the participants. This is the first day program. Second day, the first session was research in inclusion through sports, where Jayanti Pujari has emphasized the significance of research in inclusion through sports, underlying its importance in fostering innovation and children's learning strategy for practical implementation. The second session is been of second day is a plenary session on promoting inclusion through young athlete program, embracing differences, which has been deliberated by Ms. Chitra Shah, Vice President Special Olympic Bharat, and Ms. Rebecca. And Ms. Rebecca virtually joined from Special Olympics International. She has emphasized the importance of altering mindset and attitude to foster inclusivity, particularly among the youngest member of the society. Even Ms. Chitra Shah has remarked about the distinction between therapist and special educator, and therapist may encompass the role of special educator, however, the reverse is not always applicable. The next session is a very enlightening panel discussion moderated by Ms. Raman from Special Olympics Bharat with 6 panelists, very eminent people in the disability rehabilitation field with a theme celebrating success, unified champion school program. And the panelists are Dr. Vandana Sharma from MBCN School, Director MBCN School, Akshi Nakvi from Kothari International, Dr. Amitabh Misra from IGNO, Professor, and Pam Rowling from Special Olympic Asia Pacific, who have joined virtually, and Neeraj Singh from the JP School, Greater Noida. The next session is the topic developing inclusive health system and its impact on sports has been deliberated by Dr. Karthikeyan Ramachandran, Principal Investigator, Rosemary Collaborator and Associate Professor, Department of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation, SRM Medical College Hospital and Research Center, Chennai. He has come from Chennai for this deliberation. And the last session is by Parent Partnership in Inclusion, that has been taken by Professor Dr. Juan Bonman from Pretoria University, and she has joined online with us. And last session is the role of educator in implementing developmental sports for social inclusion, unified sports module, that has been taken by Sulekha from Special Olympics Bharat and Dr. Ajit from Amity University Physical Education Department. This session included fun-filled activity and to prepare them how sports can promote inclusion. These are the 2 days sessions, and the the suggestions and recommendations what we have come about these 9 sessions of 2 days is that the first suggestion is Amity University Noida is committed to incorporate the principle of inclusion in true sense, and to meet this purpose, an unified club has also been established to coordinate and regulate the inter-institutional activity, and activities for curricular transaction and inclusion of sports-based pedagogy should also be framed for the transitional and post-transitional phases from school to higher education. Strategic functioning is required to enhance the skills through sports at school level. Tendency to start and willingness to sustain is very much essential, as by following this pattern, the remote areas can be included through athletic activities. All the universities should take a lead with the responsibility to handhold at least one specific disability. Unified sports should not be taken as a separate activity, but should be an integral part of the curriculum. An individual with disability should be allowed to learn and explore in their natural environment. Sense of belongingness should be practiced by all the organization to ensure the healthy environment of the workforce. And this is about the 2 days report, and I think all the participants had a very meaningful and thoughtful 2 days deliberation, and we will take forward this 2 days collaboration to the we extend this collaboration with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your illustrious report presentation. These 2 days have been filled with experiential learning, with knowledgeable inputs by distinguished experts. We shall now have the experience sharing by participants. May I please invite Ms. Anshul Bhatnagar, Counselor, Mother International School, to share her experience of the 2 days international conference. Ms. Anshul Bhatnagar from Mother International School, New Delhi.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really happy and grateful that I attended this conference. And I must say that the panelists, the speakers, everyone that came forth to share the work that they are doing were from different fields and different spheres. And that gave me an idea of the kind of opportunities that all children with special needs, children who are neurotypical have, and the need to integrate, the need to collaborate, and how we can do that. I really enjoyed our practical experiential sessions that we had with Special Olympics Bharat, and I really have had a lot of ideas. I've been brimming with a lot of ideas. When I go back to my school, I'm going to discuss with our sports department, gymnastics, PE teacher, how we can include sports for all the children. And as a psychologist, we have learned that play is a child's natural medium of expression and learning. So integrating sports in the curriculum is going to be really effective for all the children. So I'm very thankful for the opportunity that I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anshul Bhattagar, and again, it was a privilege having you with us. May I now please invite Dr. Savio Lietao, Director of Sports, Higher Education, Mallikarjun College, Goa. Can we have you, please, for sharing of experience?
Good evening, everyone, respected dignitaries on the days, and my new made friends. Well, I'm Dr. Savio Lietao from Goa. I feel I'm the odd man out here because I don't have any background of special education, nor I am a CRE. Well, I'm a mainstream national player in 5 games, athletics official at most of the national championships, coach in modern pentathlon team, which won 8 medals at the national games for Goa. I'm the college director of physical education in higher education for the last 27 years. I have done my master's in sports medicine and I have experience in mentoring, counseling, psychology, physiotherapy, also in movement and video analysis, which I do for most of the ISL and IPL clubs. Well, in colleges, we don't have much of special children, but fortunately, last 6-7 years, I've been regularly having 1 or 2 of them. And I feel it's because by the time they reach college, they are a little filtered. They are more regular in schools. Now, what is my policy towards them? This year, I had a boy who made it to the college cycling team. Last year, I had a girl who had 1 leg shorter. She was a captain of the college volleyball team. So what I've done is I've made one provision in one of the game wherein I can adjust one of them. And I do it in such a way that sometimes we have 2 teams and one team is over and the next team is coming up and we need substitutes. And if a substitute has already played in a previous game, that provision I give it to one of these boys. That is how I make my inclusion. I hope it is okay. Because I don't know, because my first experience is here, whatever I've learned in these 2 days. Then the college saw that I have some empathy towards these children, and they have seen that being a mentor and a counseling in charge of the college, I have a soft corner for them. So last 2 years, the college has made me the nodal officer of PWD. And that gave me an opportunity to apply for this particular conference. And the principal said, go ahead. And that is how I landed up here, the odd man out. Recently, I officiated in the 22nd All India Para Championship, the Purple Festival that was held in Goa. And I was the athletics in charge as official. And I've seen people on wheelchair with 1 limb, 2 limbs, throwing shot put, which even I can't throw, the distance. And believe me, I was touched. And I was touched in such a manner that I felt like that is not where I belong. This is where I belong. So maybe it is a start. Maybe you have a new companion from today. We also have in colleges something called as a NAC accreditation, which is an evaluation. There also, there was a twist. I am the criteria 5 in charge, which is student support. Definitely this was the best support you can give. And also I'm assisting the criteria 7, which is assistance to the PWD. There is a section there. So our college did well in NAC, and the college basically wants to thank me for these 2 criteria as my contribution. One thing is sure, my contribution from tomorrow onwards is definitely going to be better. My request to all of you all, if possible, wherever possible, include people like me from the mainstream here. Perhaps to train or to coach. If we have an A, B, C or D licenses for special children, I would like to try one. Also, if you have officiating training and exam where clearance is compulsory, I would also like to try one. I have recently completed my PhD, and my PhD was in experimental research, which is past, pre and past performances. If I can contribute there, I'm there. And there are many more like me. Okay, I'm not the only one. There are many more like me. And also a special education course if there is, like if there is a diploma, if there's a certificate, if there's a part-time, or if there are degrees, we would all like to come. At the outset, this conference has been a wonderful experience. The inclusion through sports, perhaps inclusion of people like me also should be included in part of it. Somewhere, anywhere, no formalities, no payments, no money involved. In fact, a small letter, all at my cost, just a letter. Either you learn to coach or officiate, or we learn to treat and deal with special children. Either you come here or we come there, or we make a team. Okay. A big thank you, the final one. A big thank you to the entire Amity University for this wonderful international conference. The Special Olympics Bharat, I wish to have more of you. The little time I had with you was very interactive. The RCI, the wonderful friendly peers that I see here, all the dignitaries, each and everyone, and the wonderful stay. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir. We are honored to have with us virtually our guest of honor, Mr. Himanshu Gupta, Secretary, Central Board of Secondary Education, CBSE, New Delhi, an autonomous organization under the Ministry of Education, Government of India. He has held key positions throughout his career, including having been Director Education, Government of NCT of New Delhi, Chairperson, Schools of Specialized Excellence, SOSE, Chairperson, Delhi Board of School Education, DBSE, and many more. He is responsible for several initiatives which were designed, implemented, and operational with the objective of redefining the role of students and enhancing maximum learning outcomes essential for their overall growth. Under the CSR initiative of Dribble Academy, basketball training started in schools, providing free basketball coaching that contributes to developing sound life skills and promotes basketball in school. This is one of the few initiatives that roll out substantiating his cadence in the significant role of sports and innovation in the development of the youth. May I please invite our guest of honor, Mr. Himanshu Gupta, Secretary, CBSE, New Delhi. With a huge round of applause, we welcome you, sir, at the 2-day international conference, Inclusion Through Sports. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. I hope
you are audible.
Okay, thank you. The chief guest for the day, Mr. Trivedi ji, who is the Member Secretary for Rehabilitation Council of India, other eminent guests who are present today, Madam Raman Rekhi ji from Special Olympic Bharat, all the participants who are there. I think Special Olympic Bharat is doing a wonderful job in promoting inclusion and through sports, because sports provide a wonderful opportunity for the students, both both who are para athletes as well as who are special athletes to perform on stage, to be a part of something which is innate to any human being. Sports is something which is very, very important factor to bring about all the students, all the stakeholders together. I am very happy to note that Special Olympic Bharat is doing a wonderful work. When I was Director of Education, we had done an MOU with SOB, and we had teachers, physical education teachers training, which was provided to all the teachers of Directorate of Education. And the event was such a successful. We even invited the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, and he was there to provide prizes to all the students of children with special needs. So I think it is very important that we get both events, the para events as well as unified sports, where the special children are able to play along with other students, and each one understands the diversity and the complexity that the special child goes through. And I would like to also mention that when a child performs, special child performs and comes on stage, gets medal, gets recognized, it's such a beautiful moment, not only for the child, and it's a memorable moment for the child, but also for the family. You also have to understand that the family of special children have to take extra care of these children, and sometimes it is very, very challenging. So these games provide a wonderful opportunity for them to bring them on the stage and the top stage. So that's why I think it is very important that they are given equal opportunity to perform. We have to move from integrated schooling towards inclusive schooling, where these children get an opportunity to attend classes with normal students, with students who do not require special needs. And special educator or any physical education teacher or the normal teacher, they are able to take classes where children with special needs are there and normal students are there. And such sort of, a functional curriculum is developed in a way that these children are having classes with the students, and then for few lectures they are taken out and they are having together sports activities. So that ways this will lead to a harmonious and a perfect inclusive system. So I think what Special Olympics Bharat is doing is commendable, and I wish them very best. And I hope that such international conferences on inclusion through sports will keep on happening, and CBSC will always be there to support. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspirational address. And again, once again, it's a privilege to have you at Amity University. We are honored to have with us our distinguished chief guest, Sri Vikas Trivedi ji, Member Secretary, Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi. Sri Vikas Trivedi has done remarkable work in the implementation for research, awareness, and monitoring of the RPWD Act and schemes for persons with disability. He has been handling important legal cases, issues, and matters related to the Divyangjan. The initiative has led to a significant transformation in the lives of persons with disabilities. He has been working tirelessly to promote an inclusive, barrier-free, and right-based society for persons with disabilities, ensuring equal rights for all citizens and promoting equality and dignity. He has a vast experience of 26 years working in various government organizations, dealing in academics, establishment, administration, accounts, legal, vigilance matters, and coordination with various government departments. He has served in almost all parts of India and has in-depth knowledge and expertise in handling issues related to the empowerment of the marginalized sections of the society. With a huge round of applause, may I kindly invite Vikas Trivedi ji, Member Secretary, Rehabilitation Council of India, for his address, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope all are happy with 2 days of CRE program. आवाज नहीं आ रही है. Are you happy? Okay. I am sure that here you must have learned a lot, and I take this opportunity today to thank Amity University, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla ji, Vice Chancellor Amity, for giving me an opportunity to be part of this prestigious international conference. I also want to congratulate Amity University, Professor Selvamurthy ji, Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Dr. S.K. Srivastava ji, Dr. Pallavi Chadda Ma'am, Pallavi Chauhan Ma'am, and Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director of AIRS, for successful conduct of international conference on inclusion through sports in collaboration with the Special Olympic Bharat and RCI. I also take this opportunity to congratulate all the participants, faculty, a very, very esteemed panelist for churning out ideas, thought process, and documents on inclusion through sports for PWD. We all know sports undoubtedly serves as a powerful platform for fostering inclusion and breaking barriers which are existing in the society. It is a universal language that transcends differences and unites individuals from all walks of life. When we embrace sports as a means of inclusion for Divyanjan, we create opportunities for them to participate, to contribute, and excel regardless of their abilities. The benefit of sports for persons with disabilities are manifold. Number one, the physical sports promote health and well-being, enhancing mobility and strength. Psychologically, they boost self-esteem, confidence, and mental resistance. And most importantly, emotionally, sports instill a sense of belongingness and a camaraderie, fostering social integration and reducing feeling of isolation. Inclusive sports program also challenge societal perceptions and stereotypes about disability. It is incumbent upon us to spearhead initiatives that promote inclusive sports at all levels. This includes advocating for accessibility sport facility, training coaches and instructors in exclusive practices, and providing support for adaptive sport equipment. Let us also recognize the remarkable achievement of our para athletics who have defied odds and shattered barriers on the global arena. They are the living proof that disability is not limitation but a unique aspect of human diversity. The RPWD Act 2016 talks about duty of educational institutes. It's section 16 and 17. It gives out the specific measures to promote and facilitate inclusive education, especially section 17, which talks about the conduct survey of school-going children in every 5 years for identifying children with disabilities, ascertaining their special need and extent with which they are being met. It also talks about establish adequate number of TTIs, that is teacher training institutions, train and employ teachers, including teachers with disability who are qualified in sign language and braille, and also teachers who are trained in teaching children with intellectual disabilities. Section 21 is again a very important section of this RPWD Act, which talks about equal opportunity policy. This is what the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister is, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vishwas. So, or Sabhi Ka Vikas. So, this equal opportunity policy gives about the equal status of all individuals, whether irrespective of their disabilities or a special ability in the society. And also section 30 of the RPWD Act, it talks about sporting activity. What we have undertaken for these 2 days, the importance of sport activity for inclusion of Divyanjans. So it talks about the Sport Authority shall accord due recognition to the right of persons with disabilities to participate in sports and shall make them due provision for the inclusion of persons with disabilities in their schemes and programs for the promotion and development of sporting talents. Restructure courses and programs to ensure access, inclusion and participation of persons with disabilities in all the sporting activities. Redesign and support infrastructure facilities of all the sporting activities for persons with disabilities. Develop technology to enhance potential, talent, capacity and ability in the sporting activity of all the persons with disabilities. Apart from this, let me also assure the audience that the government is doing major reforms in the field of special education. Whether it is implementation of ITEP or NEP 2020 and the special reforms in the field of clinical psychology. So government is working together with the NCT, with the UGC, and very soon you will see in the environment all the reforms to upgrade this special education to a level where it matches with the general teacher, and also the program in which a general teacher, general teacher and special teacher are put on a equal pedestal in the society. So that we are aware, and we are taking all the steps to make sure that the special teachers are also given equal status, equal dignity and equal financial benefits as far as the general teachers are concerned. So that is there in our mind. I urge all the stakeholders to join hand in promoting inclusion through sports. Together, let us build a society where every individual, regardless of ability, has the opportunity to thrive, excel, and contribute meaningfully. Through the transformative power of sports, let's create a more inclusive and equitable future for all. I once again thank the organizers of this international conference, Amity University and Special Olympic Bharat for taking this initiative and making this CRE a grand success. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for your visionary thoughts and truly your precious gracing of the occasion. We are honored to have with us Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Madam, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. May I invite and request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, to kindly bless the august gathering. Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, please.
Most respected Honorable Founder President, sir, Honorable Chancellor, a very esteemed Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Vikas Trivedi ji, Member Secretary, Rehabilitation Council of India, a very esteemed guest of honor, Shri Himanshu Gupta ji, Secretary, Center Board of Secondary Education, my esteemed colleagues on the dais, in the audience, and members of Special Olympic Bharat, and the most important, all the participants for this 2 days international conference on inclusion through sports. Since yesterday, when our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Sharanjit Kaur, and our distinguished guests address the audience and the subsequent sessions which are held on various important themes. And first time I'm realizing the importance of CRE. Because what I heard from, from my colleagues, the word CRE is, but how it has been organized in the form of international conference and the kind of the serious sessions which are very important, very interesting and relevant to conference for the professional development of CRE. And I would like to congratulate our Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, our collaborator, the Special Olympic Bharat, under the overall guidance of Rehabilitation Council of India, that such a successful conference has been organized. And when the participants were giving their feedback, and we can understand the value of this conference. So to all the participants, I would like to only say one thing, that it is just the beginning of building this relationship. I think the network of the professional in this field is extremely important. And I'm sure Dr. Pujari has already taken the initiative, or will be taking the initiative to create the WhatsApp group and have all the participants of this conference to be interacting with each other, sharing the experiences, the best practices, what all we can do, because even if we are facing some challenge or any problem, many of us have the solution to that also. How do we share that practice or solution which can be beneficial to our day-to-day working? That's very important. And I'm especially thankful to our guest of honor, Shri Himanshu Gupta ji, the Secretary of CBSE, for his presence and giving the very important message that when we used to have only the schools for the regular student and no for the special needs children to the integrated schools to now the inclusive schools. We're having the major functional curriculum, and then when our chief guest has address and he emphasized on how the special teachers and the general teachers be treated at par. And for that, I will always feel that the special teachers are special, and they are always at the higher level. Whatever way we say that the kind of the hard work, kind of the inputs, and the kind of support is provided by the special teachers, everybody does not have that patience, that ability to support those students who are of the special needs. I would say they're the gifted students. How do we identify their requirement, their talent, and help them? Because the regular students, they don't face a challenge in many ways, but the special needs student they face the challenge. How do we help them to overcome that challenge is very important. So I really appreciate all the teachers with the special needs handling those gifted special children to bring them at par with the other children, and there are many ways to develop those skills and competencies. I think the sports is the one facet of the activities which builds a very strong connection, and the communication with all kind of the human being, including the children and the students. And when we talk about the Viksit Bharat, and I think we cannot be the Viksit Bharat, and if we are not able to take care of this special needs children, because they are going to contribute in big way in the Viksit Bharat by their own contribution, and therefore the special education under the guidance of RCI. And I heard that a lot of reforms are taking place, and yesterday and the chairperson RCI was here. She spent almost the whole day at Amity University. We really feel blessed with her presence, where she discussed so many things, what all the RCI is going to take the initiative one side to implement the national education policy, but at the same time understanding what are the state level requirements, and then so that at national level what requirements are there and how those requirements can be met by RCI through their various institutions. And I think the mammoth task is being done by the RCI. We are really very thankful to the chairperson RCI for her presence for full day. And today we are seeing them, Vikas ji, that you have spent time here and have come. And we are really thankful to you. And I think under your guidance and under guidance of chairperson and the vision what our founder president has, that we will change the world and we will contribute to the making India superpower as well as making India as a Viksit Bharat. I think that dream can be easily achieved when there's so many committed people are available, and especially the team, the participant delegates who are sitting here, and also the Special Olympic Bharat, who are doing so much for the special needs children. I think that motivates and inspires with them, and Amity has been partner to a bit of their, the development and the success. And we look forward working together with the Special Olympic Bharat as well as the guidance of Rehabilitation Council and guidance. We hope we will contribute our bit to the nation building under the dynamic and the visionary leadership of our Honorable Founder President. And our Founder President always said that whoever comes to Amity becomes the Amitian, and once Amitian, forever Amitian. We are part of Amity family, so let's together work to make this nation a great nation in Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam, for your kind blessing and such a motivational address by you. May now please request Dr. Sampurna Guha, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to put forward the vote of thanks. A very good evening to all the distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, and our dear participants. I now take the privilege to put on record the formal vote of thanks on behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for the successful completion of this two-day international conference titled Inclusion Through Sports, organized by AIRS in collaboration with Special Olympics Bharat with CRE status by the Rehabilitation Council of India. Firstly, I offer my heartfelt, sincere gratitude to our respected founder, sir, and chairman, AKC Group, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, sir, who has always believed in integrating vision, mission, and leadership together. This two-day conference would not have been possible without his blessings and guidance. I offer my humble gratitude to our dynamic Chancellor, Amity University, Dr. Atul Chauhan, whose dynamic leadership and values have made him a visionary leader and youth role model. I thank you, sir. I thank our dynamic and beloved Vice Chancellor, Madam Dr. Balvinder Shukla, who always guides, inspires, and motivates us. Thank you, Madam, for your gracious presence and blessings. I now take the privilege to thank the guest of honor, respected Mr. Himanshu Gupta, Secretary CBSE, New Delhi. Sir, your words have inspired and motivated us greatly today. I extend my sincere thanks to our chief guest, Shri Vikas Trivedi ji, Member Secretary, Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi, for his gracious presence and deep insights. I take the honor to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. W. Selvamurthy, sir, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, Chair, Professor for Life Sciences, and Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, for his gracious presence in today's event. I express my gratitude to Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences and Dean, Rehabilitation Sciences, for the planning, organization, and execution of this international conference. I thank Dr. Srivastava, sir, mentor, for his gracious presence and words. I extend my grateful thanks to Dr. Pallavi Chauhan, Joint Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, for her motivation and encouragement and being a guiding light for all the students and members of the department. I thank Madam for her wonderful presence today. I thank all the national and international experts, speakers, and panelists who joined us over these 2 days to discuss and deliberate on various topics of critical importance to facilitate inclusion through sports. I thank the IT host team for supporting the smooth conductance and of this event and making it glitch-free. My grateful thanks to all the Special Olympics Bharat officials and their team for collaborating with AIRS for this wonderful 2-day conference. I also extend my thanks to all the esteemed colleagues at AIRS for their support and cooperation in organizing this conference, and the student volunteers for supporting us in this event. I finally take the opportunity to thank the very backbone of this 2-day international conference, our esteemed participants who have joined us and who were an active part of this important 2-day deliberation and journey to understand and explore the best practices promoting inclusion through sports. I end with a quote: "Sports is a social leveler. Inclusion through sports is possible." Thank you all and a very good evening. Thank you, Dr. Sampurna Guha. May I request all the CRE participants to please come forward for a group photo. And all the non-CRE participants also and SOB officials also to kindly come for a group photograph, please. Shivam,
Yes, yes. Okay.
Request to kindly make it a little bit fast, please. Thank you. Participants, kindly line up in front, please. Thank you. All our international conference participants, kindly join us. Ma'am, वो तो वैसे All AIRS faculties also, please kindly join up for the group photograph.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to everybody who has been present here at this journey of the 2 days international conference. All the participants, your certificates are on the registration dais alphabetical wise. So request to kindly collect your certificate from the registration dais. And also kindly complete the evaluation. The evaluation link has been sent to you by today 5:30 p.m.